never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Cue the microphone. Let's get set to roll. Here we go. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. It's the Wednesday edition. The the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, our secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. Where it's a beautiful, quiet night, summertime, 76 degrees outside the secret bunker. Yeah, waiting for the heat to come back. Heat advisories in place for later today. Matter of fact, we've got heat advisories here and there, stretching from southern New Mexico all the way to upstate New York. Yeah, heat advisories along the East Coast, New Jersey, right up through New York City to Boston and much of New York for the upcoming day. And we also see an expanding area of what they call excessive heat warnings. We're going to be talking those triple-digit highs, heat indices pushing 105, 110 degrees. Much of Texas, northern Louisiana, most of Arkansas, western portions of Mississippi and western Tennessee, all under excessive heat warnings for the upcoming day. As that big dome of high pressure continues to expand further to the east. Hey, looking at the radar tonight, overall, the big picture, most of the country is fairly quiet. Good night for hauling freight around the country. Right, there are a few areas where we're looking at some shower activity, most of it actually in southern portions of Canada. A few showers there in the UP of Michigan, a little bit of rain up into northern portions of Minnesota tonight, east and north of Fargo, there in North Dakota. On down into the southwestern portions of the country, some spotty shower activity. Nothing to write home about, but you could encounter a shower in parts of Nevada, Utah. There is one area of showers, some heavy rain in the mix, kind of sandwiched in between Pueblo, Colorado, and Santa Fe, New Mexico. That zone right over, reaching into the westernmost portions of the Oklahoma Panhandle. Put things in motion there, what direction things heading off to the southeast in that region. And intensity-wise, things have been kind of dying off over the last few hours with the loss of the daytime heating. Of course, it ain't cooling off a whole lot during the overnight hours with the excessive. Some areas are looking at overnight lows barely dropping to, say, 80 degrees. All right, let's take a look at the Northeast. Yes, the heat builds in. You had a beautiful weekend, right? A major heat wave ready to overtake the Northeast. That's why we're seeing these heat advisories all the way into upstate New York to the Canadian border. Now, they're telling us this is expected to bring the longest stretch of 90-plus degree weather to New York City in nearly a decade. A similar stretch of 90-degree weather for Philadelphia. The heat also transferred northeast of New York City, even into Boston. Yesterday, Tuesday's temperature set a year high in the city. You hit 93 degrees in Boston. Previous high this year was back on the 1st of July when you hit 92. Unlike many other parts of the country, summer in the Northeast has been relatively normal in terms of high temperatures, even mild at times. That started to change rather dramatically this past day. High temperatures soared in the wake of a round of thunderstorms that ripped through the region early in the day. For New York City, the lengthy heat wave might be, as we mentioned, the longest in nearly a decade. Last time you saw 7 consecutive days in New York City with highs of 90-plus was July 14th through the 20th in 2013. Big Apple predicted to do just that, as forecasters tell us highs will be, there, 90 or higher every day through next Monday, July the 25th. Now, yesterday you hit 90, planting the hub firmly in the heat. The record for the longest heat wave in New York City was 12 days, August 24th through September the 4th in 1953 at Central Park, the official weather site for records there. Both New York City and Boston typically have about a week's worth of days with highs 90 or better by mid-July. So we're pretty much right on cue for this time of year. Philadelphia, which has been the most successful as stringing hot days together this summer, probably going to rack up 7 or more days in a row with 90-plus degree temperatures. You've seen 4 consecutive days on 2 separate occasions so far this summer. But to date, neither Boston nor Washington, D.C. has seen an official heat wave so far this summer. That changes this week. In the next few days, Philadelphia and Washington, D.C. have the potential to string 90-degree highs each day through this weekend and beyond. That'll give Washington, D.C. their first heat wave of the summer. Some fluctuations in temperature possible across the Appalachians. Meanwhile, sea breezes most days will help keep the heat at bay along most of the beach communities. A little cooler there. But during this pattern, which is going to last through next week, many areas have the potential to record maybe the hottest temperatures you've seen so far this year. Yesterday broke Boston's year high with 93, as we mentioned. You combine the heat, the humidity, the strong sunshine this time of year, it's going to feel as much as 15 degrees higher than the actual temperature, 5 to 15, as temperatures climb to hot levels in the major cities for multiple days in a row. Conditions during the overnight hours will be uncomfortably warm and humid. Of course, in the big cities, you've got all the asphalt, the concrete, the brick structures that absorb that heat during the day and releases that heat for many hours during the overnight hours. So even hot summer nights, as they call it. Then, meanwhile, we're watching for a rather vigorous storm for this time of year, traveling east near the U.S.-Canadian border. That's going to bring the risk of severe weather to parts of the Midwest later today into Wednesday evening and then reaching the eastern portions of the country on Thursday. This system, they tell us, could spawn tornadoes as it passes through portions of Michigan and the Canadian province of Ontario. This is an unusually strong storm for summertime standards and has an associated sharp dip in the jet stream that's often associated with severe weather. Storms, the greatest threat overnight tonight would be high winds, 65 to 70 miles per hour. Since midnight local time Tuesday, the highest wind gusts in the region were in North Dakota. Belcourt had 75 mile per hour winds this past day. Perth and Manville both with 70-plus mile per hour winds. Other than strong straight-line winds, the lack of moisture may limit this system's ability to bring any widespread heavy rain and trigger tornadoes through Wednesday morning. Storms may avoid the Chicago area entirely overnight tonight through Wednesday morning. That's going to change later today as that storm system pushes off to the east. As that system intersects with this surge of heat and humidity coming up from the southern states, we're going to be looking for an eruption of strong to severe thunderstorms Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday evening. So storms are going to fire up from the lower peninsula of Michigan into portions of Indiana during the midday and afternoon hours today, strengthening upon moving eastward into the hot, progressively more humid air. Looks like the primary risk Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday evening will stretch from southern Ontario all the way down into northern Kentucky. Straight line wind gusts and an associated line of thunderstorms. Due to increasing wind shear with surging humidity, there is the potential for a few tornadoes from the eastern part of the lower peninsula of Michigan into southwest Ontario. These storms that occur further to the north may initially form some isolated, discrete cells that would be more likely to spawn tornadic activity. Wind shear, of course, the change in wind speed in direction at different levels in the atmosphere. You get those changing wind directions, and you get that twist in the atmosphere. So later today, who will be in that zone potentially to see spinning up of tornadoes, Detroit to Cleveland, into London, Ontario. You're all going to be in that zone later today. Anyone on the roadways traveling from southwest Ontario, again, all the way down to Kentucky, be prepared for changing weather conditions that could produce some sudden torrential rain and strong wind gusts, near zero visibility in some cases. If you're going to be spending time outdoors, be prepared to seek shelter with that first rumble of thunder. And if you're going to be out on the waters, especially up in the Great Lakes region, pay close attention to the weather, as these storms may produce some powerful wind gusts and frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. Waters can transition to very rough and dangerous in a matter of minutes with these storms. Looking ahead toward Thursday, looks like the system and most of the jet stream energy pivots into the northeast, reaching into central and northern Quebec. Some locally severe thunderstorms may be firing up from the St. Lawrence Valley to the I-20 corridor down through Alabama and Mississippi. All right, so look at some of the travelers' weather. So with that forecast, sounds like I'll actually be in the zone to potentially see some of those stronger storms later on this afternoon. Have to pay attention. All right, speaking of Philadelphia, Philly Dan on board. Ready for some of those hot summer nights? Here we go. Drivers, keep on humping. Yeah, it's hump day. Stay safe out there. God bless the Rambler. Heavy D's on board. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Joe checking in. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive listeners. A muggy 73 here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Hump day. Everybody stay safe. All right. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Thank you very much, Larry. Richard checks in from Central Florida with 77 degrees. Hello to Robert. Steve, how we doing? Doing fine. Doing well. Thanks for asking there, Robert. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Found out this evening that there's even damage due to the storms last Tuesday near my home 20. A friend of mine's home actually got hit by the tornado that passed through. All right, saw some pretty strong, a lot of damage. You shared some of those photos last evening. Rock Pick on board. Hello, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and fellow insomniacs. It's 79 degrees with cloudy skies. Feels like 83 here in Rochester at this hour. All right, what's on the menu tonight? About to have a plate of rotini and edit some photos and enjoy the best talk radio. Everybody stay safe out there. Gilligan, yes, clear. 69 degrees in Ironton, Virginia tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Hello, Deborah. Morning, Steve. It's a warm 78 degrees here in the Hoosier this morning, central Indiana. Stay safe out there driving, especially my special driver. Have a happy hump day. There you go. 72 degrees here in Harrison, Ohio. Second night on the back deck. Just chilling out, enjoying the summertime. Be safe out there. Hammer down. Let's go, Brandon. Let's see. There's the legendary Big Moose. He says it's hotter than a set of Cadillac hubcaps in a Detroit pawn shop. And the humidity's terrible. Got the AC cranking, and I'm going to crash. Keep it between the spotted and the solid out there. All right? Good night, Big Moose. Hello to Colton on board this morning. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. With 73 degrees, a humid night. We've had almost 1 3/4 inches of rain over the last couple of days. It's a pretty clear night tonight. I'm feeling much better. Hoping I'll test clear on Thursday, but we shall see. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. All right, Buckeye Boy, you think you picked that up on vacation there in Florida? I reckon you did, right? That's nothing like coming back from vacation, getting sick. Hello to Pat. Is this live? Yes, it is live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, 12:17 Eastern Time, 9:17 in the evening for our friends on the West Coast, like El Trout, who checks in from Central Oregon tonight. 85 degrees at 9 o'clock in the evening. and going to be over 100 degrees for our Wednesday. Welcome back, Steve. Thank you very much. Hello to Todd. There's Trucking with Dante Johnson, who says, hey, G. Let's see. Hello, everybody. Checking in from Rochelle, Illinois tonight. Chevy Guy on board, who said no Facebook notices. Copy in the mail. Yeah, the last couple of nights, I noticed that. When I started this, normally you get the notification, I get the ding on the smartphone. Overnight Drive is live. I didn't get a notification last night or tonight. Have to get a hold of Josh, check on that. Where's our notifications? Kevin on board. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Be safe in the heat out there. Jeff says I got you on the big screen tonight. All right. Good morning from London, UK. Manuel Soledado. Manuel, good to have you on board. You guys are cooking there too, aren't you? I've been talking about the incredible heat wave throughout Europe. France, the wildfires, Spain, Germany, cooking in the UK. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler on board. Morning, Steve. Have 75 degrees in Holdridge, Nebraska tonight. Giving a special shout-out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Lloyd Waller feedlot. I saw your post earlier today. It was that 8 or 9 hours ago. Showed the dash. Temperature was showing like 123 degrees outside the truck there. Cooking. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew, the cartoon characters, and everybody else listening in this morning. Got the Day Dweller checking in from Mason, Ohio. Let's go, Brandon. Yeah, somebody left the heat on, didn't they? Hello to Bolt this morning, checking in with a nice 69 degrees in Kaiser, West Virginia. Finishing up my work. Have a wonderful night, all the listeners out there. All right, let's see. The Buckeye boy said, yeah, as far as it was either when we were on vacation or the run I did to Madison, Wisconsin right after that. Hard to say, but he did say he did get a Facebook notification. Okay. Jeff, just checking in. COVID's got me down. I'm playing catch up on the podcast. Douglas needs a drug test. All right, good to have you all on board. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Checking through some of the email here. Just punched over Terry on board. Climate change, so bad. The government should ban all vehicles that run on fuel. Only electric vehicles. Had a fire at the Hoover Dam this past day. Yes, that is true. And some of the tourists actually caught it on camera. An explosion, a lot of black smoke. I think it turned out to be one of the transformers there at the hydroelectric plant. Everything is fine. Everything, no disruptions to the energy generation there that a handful of states rely on. Hoover Dam out there, right? Jerry said we got 77 degrees clear here in Indy tonight. Everybody be safe. All right. Speaking of the heat, the excessive heat, Dan brought up last evening some of the poor UPS guys out there in the package cars without AC. Even in this modern day and age, take you out to Phoenix, Arizona, where, of course, yes, it's been scorching day in and day out. A UPS delivery man caught on camera collapsing with heat exhaustion on somebody's porch, caught on their Ring doorbell camera, as heat-related deaths in Arizona have more than quadrupled in 3 years. And the video provided to KPNX, the unnamed driver dressed in the typical UPS uniform, dark brown shirt, short-sleeve shirt, enters the shaded porch of Brian Enrique, kind of dragging his feet with his padded envelope in his hand. As he gets to the door, he bends over to put the package on the ground and just kind of collapses there, withers to the ground. Kind of sits there for a few moments with his legs spread out on the porch, unable to pick up his head. After a few seconds, he's able to get back to his feet. He rings the front doorbell, then kind of stumbles out of the frame. Enrique says, I was concerned for the fact that he was stumbling to the door. Had I got to my phone sooner, I would have tried to talk to him through my Ring, but he had already left the property at that point. The homeowner did notify police to see if they could help the driver. UPS later confirmed the driver was not seriously injured. He had recovered from his tumble. UPS told the news outlet that the driver's fine. Our drivers are trained to deal with extreme temperatures. How do you train to deal with extreme temperatures? I mean, obviously you deal with it day in and day out, but just the mere fact that you're supposed to kind of get accustomed to it, I guess. UPS drivers are trained to work outdoors and for the effects of hot weather. Our employee used his training to be aware of his situation and contact his manager for assistance, who immediately provided assistance. Of course, they admit, drivers obviously spend most of their working hours out in the blistering sun. Our package delivery drivers and vehicles making frequent stops, so air conditioning is pretty much ineffective. A couple of years ago, back in 2019, NBC did an expose that found 107 UPS workers in 23 counties have been hospitalized since 2015. The thermometer there in Maricopa had been stuck in the triple digits literally all this month, reaching a high of 115 degrees back on July the 11th. The overnight lows there linger in the upper 80s. I mean, like 88 degrees for the overnight hours. Yeah, right now across the country, obviously more than 100 million Americans are braced for a heat wave in the central and southwestern states. Of course, the effects of extreme weather have already been deadly. High heat can cause the body's natural cooling system to fail. According to the CDC, what you get is your core body temperature. Yeah, once you hit like 104, you're in real trouble. You can damage vital organs, including the brain. When the environment fails to cool in the evening hours, like there in Phoenix, the body struggles to recover. Heat-associated deaths in Maricopa, Arizona's largest county, have hit a half-year record, 17 fatalities. Through the first week of July, another 126, which are under investigation, they tell us. Yeah, careful out there dealing with the heat. And there's a much broader area of the country that's going to be dealing with the associated effects for the next few days, as a matter of fact. All right, we'll get a news break here just ahead, after which we will get to your calls at 844-844-3388. When we come back, interesting, we've said this on more than one occasion, as for more than 2 years now with the whole pandemic, the emergency declaration, where many drivers have been able to operate with limited hours of service requirements, the emergency waiver. And you've got one representative who says, listen, if truck drivers have been safely delivering relief loads under this emergency declaration for more than 2 years, why do we need these strict hours of service regulations? Hello, McFly. We're talking Representative Brian Mast of Florida. I'll tell you what he had to say coming up.
USA Radio News.
Right before the House passed the Respect for Marriage Act, which would protect marriage equality by repealing the Defense of Marriage Act and providing federal protections for same-sex and interracial couples, 17 members of Congress were arrested by Capitol Police. They were protesting outside the Supreme Court building during an abortion rights protest. That was sound from the video from the scene showing Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez being led away by police. Capitol Police warned demonstrators that they would take action and then tweeted they arrested 34 people in total, including 16 members of Congress. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15, decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com, and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hello to Rainmaker, checking in from Thailand this morning, where it's 88 degrees at this hour. Probably middle of the afternoon there, though, right? I always forget time change differentials. So many topics I'd like to discuss, he says, but my number one question is, after Biden declares a state of national emergency for climate, that would give him extreme powers. Can he still be impeached after doing that? It's another topic we're going to get to coming up here. Yeah, Biden's heading, I believe, to Massachusetts later today, and he's going to announce supposedly a handful of executive orders related to climate change. There had been some speculation that he may actually declare a national state of emergency due to climate change. What kind of powers would that give him? Now, there was an anonymous source behind the scenes who says he believes the the actual emergency declaration. He's not going to go that far. He is going to announce some executive orders. We'll find out what that is and what the implications will be. But yeah, not expected to actually declare the state of emergency. Not yet. That may still be forthcoming, but all right. Back to the trucking headline, though, which, yes, we've been saying this. At any given time, somewhere in the country, there's always an emergency declaration, typically in varying states, whether it's related to tornadoes, hurricanes along the Gulf Coast or the East Coast. Wintertime, you get the declarations about the propane and the gas and the oil haulers getting relief from the hours of service. Of course, the livestock haulers. We've been under a federal declaration, the entire country, for 2.5 years now. If drivers are operating safely without the hours of service restrictions, why do we have them? That is the question that was directly asked by Representative Brian Mast to the Transportation Secretary Buttigieg this past day during a House committee hearing. Starting in March of 2020, the FMCSA provided regulatory relief from some of the hours of service regulations to truckers hauling emergency freight, livestock, medical supplies, vaccines. We've been through this, cleaning supplies, grocery supplies for restocking and fuel. It was first issued in response to the COVID pandemic. Currently, the latest version of that declaration is running through the end of August, nearly 2.5 years later. So Mast says, do you feel as though you're endangering the lives of any American on the roadway with these hours of service waivers that are being given to truckers hauling something related to COVID or Clorox wipes or automobile parts? Buttigieg says, I think the waivers are justified or we would not enact them. I think over time we're going to learn from the data what effect, looking back, that the waivers have had. But of course, if we didn't believe they were a responsible way to strike the balance, we wouldn't use them, he says. Well, Representative Mast noted that a truck driver carrying freight on the emergency list doesn't have any more qualifications than a driver hauling non-emergency freight. I mean, it's the same drivers. I think you and I could agree that a trucker is not a safer driver because they're carrying Frosted Flakes, which might be on the waiver list, versus laundry detergent. He then pushed for all truckers to receive the flexibility that's been granted under this declaration. Let's make it permanent and extend those protocols to truckers that are carrying anything, Mast says. They shouldn't have to go through the red tape of determining whether they're carrying Frosted Flakes or laundry detergent. Although Buttigieg said he believes truckers have safely delivered emergency freight, he did fall short of saying all trucks on the highway should receive a waiver. So I think the response to that is the difference in believing that something is a responsible balance and believing something has no safety impact at all. I think we agree. It was the responsible way to strike a balance, especially in response to the crisis that claimed the lives of 1 million Americans. I would like to see more data, though, to suggesting that there was no safety impact at all before I could endorse your conclusion. Buttigieg, however, said that he would review the data to see if, indeed, more flexibility might be appropriate in the trucking industry. Lo and behold. There you go, top industry headline here on a Wednesday morning. Well, hello to Always Moving. Hi there. I saw you were on hold last evening. I guess you had business to tend to and had to drop off.
Yes. I apologize for that, but it was also foggy and it was hard to stay on the line. So anyway, I did hear where apparently you lost a family member, and I'm send my apologies or my condolences to you and your family. Was it your wife's uncle, maybe?
Correct. That is correct. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's sad. Whenever we start losing that older the generation above us, it's just always sad. So I'm sorry to hear that.
Yep.
I'm glad you had a safe trip down and back. And did you get my photo that I sent to you?
I did. I mentioned that there. So I guess you showed up at the Iowa 80. What was it like? Was it Saturday afternoon or Sunday afternoon? Because the show was over, but the tents and everything were still up.
Yeah, we got there at 7:30, and it had ended at 5.
So it had just ended.
Yeah, just ended. And what was interesting was, so the first week of the vacation was about me and visiting my daughter and everything, and then the second week was my friend that had gone with me. She got to pick where we went, what we did, and we had an absolute blast the 2 weeks. I mean, it was just off the chart wild and so much fun. Covered so much country, thought of so many truckers and stuff. And anyway, it's hard to put it all into words, but so we were going through South Dakota on Friday, and we saw the signs for Wall Drugs. And I said, Wall. And I said, that's where they have that big trucker jamboree that I hear about every year. It's Wall, South Dakota. And so I'm trying to tell her what I knew about it and how all the truckers gather and they put these tents up and the vendors and stuff. And we get there, and it's not bad. It was fabulous. We had a ball up there shopping and looking through the place and all. So then Saturday, we're just going down the road, and I'm just along for the ride because I don't know where we're going. What are we doing? And she had said, she had me drive, and she said, can you stop and at a truck stop? I need to get one more magnet. We were doing the whole touristy thing of collecting the magnets from all the states.
Mm-hmm.
She said, I need a magnet. I need a magnet from Iowa. And I'm like, okay. So I stopped a couple of places. They didn't have anything. And then she said, look, there's a sign that says it's the world's largest truck stop. And I looked over and I saw that sign, and I got to thinking, and I saw another one, and I said, wait a minute. World's largest truck stop in Iowa. Walcott, Iowa.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that's the place.
Yes.
And I got all excited. And then as we were coming down the highway, and I saw the sign, and it said, oh, we have a concert, so-and-so's in concert. And then the words came across, Trucking Jamboree, and it listed the dates. And I was so out of it, but I'm like, what date is today? And she said what the date was. I'm like, oh my God, the Jamboree. And I got so excited that I was finally, maybe I could see a monkey gouger. Maybe I could see, whoever, moose might be there. I was so excited. And so we get there, and I jump out of the car, and I go real quickly down to the tents, and it was pretty obvious all of a sudden that, oh no, they're empty. And I went back in the building, and I asked the lady. She said, yes, it ended at 5, and it was 7:30. And I'm like, no! But I came so close to
Missed
a
it by
trucker
that
show.
much. Yeah, it was Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Yep, Saturday. I mean, I think it was like Thursday and Friday night. It goes well into the evening hours, the concerts, and they did the fireworks after the show. So, yeah, you missed it.
The hillside behind the place was full of semis all lined up there. We could see that. And the inside was still really busy, and it was still fascinating to see. It is, I would say, the world's largest truck stop, and it has all the different shops in it. We did finish our magnet collection while we were in there, had a good time. But it was just, I felt like I was a part of it. I was excited that I might get to see somebody that I hear on the radio all the time and see them in person. And who knows, they might have been in the store and I didn't know it. But it was exciting to me, and I stood there in the parking lot, and I'm trying to send this to you. She's like, "What are you doing?" And I said, well, "I got to let Steve Sommers know that I'm into it." Yeah, it's a big deal to me that I was so close and yet so far away. But I did see it, and so that was neat. And I remember, and this is not to slight anybody, but I remembered Mr. Motorcoat always talking about how hot the tents were in the summertime. And as I'm walking towards these tents real quickly, I'm like, well, I bet it's hot in those tents, just like he said. And but everybody was gone, and I thought maybe I didn't know if Hot Shot Secret was going to have a booth there or what, but I was certainly going to try to make the rounds to see if I could say hi to people, but it was pointless. But anyway, it looked like they were good, and there were people still on, had their cruise staff jamboree cruise shirts on, and they were still riding around on, like little golf carts to direct traffic and stuff like that. So there was still a lot of things happening, and there were other people pulled in like we did and headed towards the tents and then realized and quickly turned around. So I wasn't the only one that just missed it.
Yeah.
But I was excited, couldn't wait to tell you. And I have, after that trip, and we went from Ohio, and the truckers will know the route, but we did Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, and spent the night at a KOA campground in Wisconsin. And then we went on through Minnesota, North Dakota, and we spent the night at Bismarck, North Dakota at a KOA campground. And then made it through Montana and into Idaho to my daughter's house on July 4th that evening. And then we were there for a week, and the following Monday we left and we went down to West Yellowstone, and we did the Grizzly and Bear Discovery Center, and then went through West Yellowstone and went in and kind of did the lower loop. And we had a picnic lunch at Old Faithful, and then drove around the lake and came out on the east side. But we did see a couple of buffalo and a herd of elk before we exited the east side, and then went directly into the Shoshone Forest. We came out in Cody, Wyoming for the night, and Cody was really nice. That was really a fun place. And then we went to up and over some other mountains with some rocks that were 2.5 billion years old, and came out and went to Gillette on the High School Rodeo National High School Rodeo Finals, year-end finals. We're getting ready to come in. So we were seeing a lot of trucks and trailers but that's what my daughter had been involved in and stuff. And so that was fun. And then we went to, we had dinner at a Humphreys Bar and Grill in Gillette, and then went and spent the night in Sturgis. And that was cool. There was no motorcycles, but it was cool to know that we were in Sturgis, and went down to Rapid City and did the mountain with Mount Rushmore. And she found a couple of guys that had Nebraska shirts on, and we were talking Big Ten to them, and they were getting ready to leave. And I said, "Oh, wait a minute. Let's do OHIO, and you guys, we'll get someone here. Can you guys take our picture?" And the Nebraska guy said, "No way are we doing OHIO when we're from Nebraska." And the people I'd asked to take the picture said, "Well, we're actually from Ohio." And the woman was from Springboro, and the man was from Martins Ferry. So my friend was the O, the man was the H, the woman was the I, and I was the O. And the Nebraska guys took our picture with Mount Rushmore in the background. And then we went down to see the Mammoth site. That was really cool. That was our education for the day.
Wow.
Went through the Black Hills, the Wildlife Loop, and then we came out and went to the next day. We spent that night in Rapid City. Then we went over and did Wall, South Dakota. And and we did the Badlands from Walls. We did the Badlands. And then we went to, and then we did the I-80 on Saturday, and we were home Sunday night. So we made quite the loop.
You did the grand tour, huh?
We did, and I was sending everybody, like, I would pick like 3 photos a day to send to people, and they were like, "We are so jealous of your trip." I'm like, "I know, this is a ball." It was so much fun, and just riding along. And I'm a major photographer, so I was clicking with my camera and my cell phone. She was driving, and it was really neat. And I will say that trip, biggest thing that you walk away from is why state rights are so important, because no way can the people in New York City, should they be able to tell the people in North Dakota how to run their land.
Yep.
And for anyone in the city who thinks they are smarter than a farmer or a rancher, you are sorely mistaken, because they have to be plumbers, electricians, mechanical engineers. They have to know their markets, their money management, survival skills, to run the equipment, to make a profit. They're business savvy. They are no one to be laughed at or shrugged off as being stupid or ignorant. And I've always known that. But when you see the absolute contrast, and this next statement will probably get me in some trouble, but I'll say it anyway. So from where I work, I am not racist in any way, shape, or form. I work in a very diverse community. I have worked in very diverse communities for a long time. Doesn't bother me at all. But it was fascinating to me that from the time we left my farm in Wilmington till we got back to just outside of Cincinnati, and this is the honest to God's truth, I counted 17 people that looked to be of African American heritage. And that's it.
Wow.
17. Yes. And I noticed it because I wasn't seeing any. And I'm used to being around it all the time. And I work with people from all over the world. When you work in that kind of a setting of a world-known hospital, you're going to run into people from all over. And it's in an inner city. And so I'm just used to it. And I very quickly went, where'd everybody go? And so to me, it was very odd that I wasn't seeing them. And that we were sitting at Old Faithful, and I'm looking around, and there were a lot of Asian descent people. There were Native Americans. There were South Americans, like a South American descent. Heard a lot of Europeans and Scandinavians talking. Did not see, I saw one person at Old Faithful that could possibly have been maybe a Hispanic African background.
Wow.
Didn't hear them talk, so I don't know, but they kind of looked at it. And I never said anything to my friend I was with. I was just fascinated looking around going, so what is it? They talk about they don't have the opportunities. Well, you have the opportunity to go. Everybody has the opportunity if you want to. Maybe they just choose not to go out there. Maybe they choose not to live that kind of lifestyle. I don't know. But I just thought that was a very interesting thing. And then when we got back to the Cracker Barrel in Indiana, just outside of Cincinnati, that was our final stop, our final vacation meal. And it was much more diverse, and we were back to like an inner city kind of setting. And I went, that was fascinating to travel that far out and around and only see a handful.
Wow.
And we were in great crowds of people. I mean, there's a couple thousand there watching Old Faithful and the Mammoth side, everything. They just were not around. There was, I'm used to a lot of Somalian, all over the place, and there was none. And I just thought, wow, that is interesting. And a lot of Asians, a lot of Middle Easterns, and we got out and walked around at some of the other geysers and stuff, but I never saw African Americans of any kind other than the 15 I had seen. And when we got to Cracker Barrel, went to 17, and then it came up. I'm like, isn't that interesting? That was just my observation. I have so much about this thing I could tell, but states' rights, very, very important. And we went by the little places as we were headed towards out of Salmon, Idaho, into headed towards West Yellowstone. This guy's ranch, he's turned it into Trump Town. I enjoyed that.
Trump
That
Town.
was cute.
How about that?
Trump Town. Yep, there's Trump Town. And on the left was, on down, was a water tower that had Petticoat Junction on it, which I grew up with Petticoat Junction. And then in, I think it was outside of Cody, Wyoming, there was a big boy in the middle of this prairie field, a big boy statue.
Wow.
I missed that photo
Just out in the
because I'm
middle
like,
of nowhere.
what is that out there?
Yep.
And it was just sitting out there in the middle of this prairie. It was either Cody or Gillette, but there's this big boy statue sitting out there.
How about that? Some
anyway,
old
I'll let
Trishas
you
or
go.
Shoney's somewhere missing their big boy. Thank you very much. Always moving. I appreciate that. Yes, the Grand Tour. Yes, Seeing America. There's so much to be seen and so much I have not seen and may never see. I don't. All right, quickly as we head toward top of the hour news update. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Let's see. Rainmaker says, in regards to the climate emergency, in the event Biden were to actually declare this, the president can suspend oil leases during national emergencies. Biden could respond to industrial shortfalls by supporting the expansion of batteries for electric vehicles. The transportation secretary could potentially use the power to coordinate transportation during national emergencies to limit auto emissions. Yeah, Biden could invoke the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, according to Farber, which gives the president authority to regulate financial transactions and impose sanctions on individuals and countries. Conceivably, these powers could be deployed against companies or countries trafficking in fossil fuels. Yes, that's some of the discussion they were having. Farber. Again, more on that coming up. First of all, we got to get our news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Tens of millions of Americans are facing extreme heat today through the rest of the week. The heat expected to stick with folks through the rest of this week with very little relief in sight until next week. Dr. Jeanette Neshwa on ways you can avoid heat exhaustion.
Number one, the most important thing is limit your time outdoors. It only takes a matter of minutes before you can start to experience some of the heat-related symptoms. Also, you want to be careful between the hours of 11 and 3, where their most UV rays are emitted, and also where it's the hottest. So be careful during 11 and 3 p.m.
The White House says President Biden will sign executive orders on climate change this week. The president attending a climate change event in Massachusetts tomorrow. At the closing bell, the Dow gaining 754 points today. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The Senate continues negotiations on a slimmed-down version of the CHIPS Act, which aims to increase U.S. production of critical semiconductor chips. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, warns inaction on domestic chip manufacturing could set the country back for many years.
If we allow other nations to lead the way on chips, the days of America leading the world in scientific innovation, the days of America being the leading economic and military power in the world, may actually be over.
Chip manufacturers are supporting the slimmed-down version of the bill. The Manhattan District Attorney is dropping murder charges against a bodega worker. Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg dropping the charges against Jose Alba in the fatal stabbing of a man who attacked him inside the bodega on July 1st. The DA's office saying it couldn't prove Alba wasn't justified in his use of deadly physical force. USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
As inflation continues to affect our pocketbooks, there's one group that may be feeling it a little bit more than others.
Red-hot inflation is stifling millions of U.S. households, but the rising price of everyday necessities has squeezed one group particular, retirees living on a fixed income. Experts say today's inflation could ultimately push more seniors into higher tax brackets as a result because of what is likely to be record high cost of living increases.
Lance Pry reporting from the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau. President Trump is reacting to a move made by the Pulitzer Prize Board.
Former President Trump says the Pulitzer Prize Board is, quote, running cover for the biggest reporting failure in modern history. The board rejected multiple requests by Trump to rescind awards given to the New York Times and Washington Post. The two papers were honored for reporting on Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. The board said on Monday it conducted a review and saw no reason to take the awards back. Trump blasted the decision, saying in part that the Pulitzer Board has taken away any shred of credibility it had left with its response. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Pro Stocks incoming point leader was on a rampage. 4 others have an electric weekend in Franklin. And this week, 5 Grand National divisions will roar at the Lions Motorsports Park. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The Super Farms, Pro Stocks, and two-wheel drives put on a scintillating show for fans in central Indiana this past weekend. The Johnson County Fair in Franklin gets going in earnest on Monday, but the move-in days on Friday and Saturday were augmented by some top-notch Grand National competition at the Johnson County Fair Pole as the regular season quickly approaches its midpoint. The top storyline was the utter domination of Danny Schmucker of Louisville, Ohio, and his Rampage Pro Stock. Danny swept the weekend, first with a 361-foot pass on Friday that was a sled length beyond second-place Rhett Parrish's El Nino. It got a little tighter on Saturday when Danny's mid-class 337 run was nearly matched on the final hook of the night by Tim Stone of nearby Greensburg, who pulled within 3.5 feet of Rampage with his regional regular Roland Stone. Resultantly, Schmucker has opened up an 8-point lead over Mike Connie's Mac Nasty, which was piloted by daughter Julia Ray to finishes of 5th and 10th. Danny's pursuing the family's 4th GN title with Rampage and first since 2014. In other Franklin action, Dave Whelan and his My Last Excuse from Tipton, Michigan, planted the first flag of the Super Farms delayed campaign. In his interview, Whelan said he wasn't thrilled by his early draw in the class, as he expected the track to improve as the class wore on, but he was pleased that his 323-foot distance held up by 11 inches over Russ Freeze's Deer tracks. Whelan leads the points after finishing 4th on Saturday. That night's winner, Brady Ferris of Addison, Michigan, was the first of two pullers to go from the agony of last to the ecstasy of first. Brady drove his family's absolutely nuts to a 2.5-inch squeaker over Stan Ward's Hammer and Hank, the 2018 champion. In two-wheel drive came the other of two outhouse to penthouse efforts, as Renee Theobald and her Pretty Wicked Ford shook off the doldrums of the last two rounds and posted a convincing 14-foot win over second-place Christy Seacrest on Saturday. Hailing from just down Route 44 in Shelbyville, Theobald thanked her whole family and crew for wrenching on the truck all week after it suffered injury in Dodge City. Friday night's win was claimed by Jesse Petro and his Buckeye Hauler, which now sits second behind Team Truck Kathy's Complaint in the two-wheel drive race. The showtime of Wayne Timmerman was the runner-up. Now the pulling world's attention turns to south central Tennessee, just 40 miles south of Nashville, and the Chapel Hill Lions Super Pull of the South on Friday and Saturday, July 22nd and 23rd. It's the second Supernational event of the season for the NTPA and features 5 divisions both nights beginning at 7 p.m. Central. Super stock diesel and pro stock tractors, 4-wheel drive trucks, and mini and unlimited modifieds. Tickets and event information may be found at lionssuperpole.com, schedules and results at ntpapull.com, and the multi-camera live stream broadcast at ntpa.tv. NTPA regional action continues this week in Hartford, Michigan, and Washington Courthouse, Ohio on Tuesday, July 19th, Monticello, Iowa on Wednesday, July 20th, and Springfield, Ohio on Saturday, July 23rd. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, according to the Reuters report, I'm looking here, and they mentioned that in the news update there, top of the hour. Executive orders to be announced today aimed at tackling the climate crisis. The president heads to Somerset, Massachusetts. Now, this report says he will stop short of declaring a climate emergency. Now, were he to declare an emergency, that would enable the use of the Defense Production Act to ramp up production of a wide range of renewable energy products and systems. According to multiple media reports, Biden apparently under pressure to issue that emergency declaration after Joe Manchin of West Virginia pulled out of the negotiations over climate legislation late last week. Now, no official word from the White House releasing details of the plan. One White House official tells Reuters that Biden has made clear if the Senate did not act, that he will. We're considering all options and no decisions have been made, according to this official, on the condition of anonymity. I'm looking at the Wikipedia breakdown, a climate emergency declaration, or climate emergency. An action taken by governments and scientists to acknowledge humanity is in a climate emergency. First such declaration was declared back in 2016. Since then, over 2,100 local governments spanning 39 countries have made such declarations. Populations covered by jurisdictions that have declared a climate emergency amount to over 1 billion people. Once a government makes a declaration, the next step for the declaring government is to set priorities to mitigate climate change. Prior to ultimately entering a state of emergency or equivalent, in declaring a climate emergency, a government admits that climate change or global warming exists and that the measures taken up to this point are not enough to limit the changes brought by it. Now, these declarations can be made on different levels. For example, at a national or local government level, they can differ in depth and detail. The term climate emergency does not only describe formal decisions, but also actions to avert climate breakdown. This is supposed to justify the focus, the governing body towards climate action. All right. Just how much power? I don't know. Defense production. What's he going to mandate? Yeah, companies to start producing more solar panels or windmills? I'm not exactly sure. We'll find out later today what these executive orders may consist of, though. So there you go. Our number, 844-844-3388. Hello to Wheelchair Dave, who said, hats off to 1969, the moon landing. Is this an anniversary date? I'll have to double check on that. Okay. All right, so round one of the speed limiter debate is now over. The public comment period regarding the FMCSA's proposal to require speed limiters ended on Monday of this week. Now, as of that morning, the online docket showed nearly 16,000 comments had been submitted, a significant majority of which were from truck drivers who are opposed to such a mandate. OOIDA, of course, has fought against a speed limiter mandate for years. They filed their official comments on Monday morning. Speed limiters take control of the truck away from the drivers, denying them the ability to use the truck's capabilities to avoid accidents and unsafe road and traffic conditions. Speed limiters increase stress, make drivers more fatigued because in order to complete the schedule expected of them, they're going to have to operate additional hours under the hours of service rules. Now, they issued this supplemental rulemaking back in May, of course, asking for feedback. They did not at the time specify a specific speed. We know there had been previous proposals of 60 miles per hour, 65 or 68. Now that the comments are in, the FMCSA's next step will be to publish a notice of proposed rulemaking. Let's hope the FMCSA does not follow the will or the wishes of some of these safety groups. There's a handful of them: the Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, the Truck Safety Coalition, Citizens for Reliable and Safe Highways, Parents Against Tired Truckers, that all filed joint comments on this. They would like to see trucks set at 60 miles per hour. That's what they're pushing for. In order to fulfill its mission to reduce crashes, injuries, and fatalities, the FMCSA must promptly complete this rulemaking to require the use of speed limiting technology on commercial motor vehicles set at a maximum speed of 60 miles per hour. So says all the safety groups jointly. Now, in this country, there are places with posted speed limits as high as 85 miles per hour. Now, considering the fact that cars often exceed the speed limit by 5 or more miles per hour, if they were to follow the safety group's recommendations, you would have trucks traveling 30 miles per hour slower than cars on the same roadways out there in some cases. All I know is my journey to Tennessee and Georgia and back over the past weekend. I tell you what, general flow of traffic, I don't care if you're in a 55 zone, a 65, or a 70 zone. I don't think anywhere that I traveled had a posted speed limit higher than 70. But general flow of traffic was 80 miles per hour. And in many cases, having to getting out of the way, doing 80 miles per hour. Then you come upon those trucks that are doing the 65. And we all see it. You see it day in and day out. Yeah, the trucks, 65, one would be set at 65, one may be set at 63 or 68 with the speed limiters. And anytime there's a truck trying to pass another, you get the whole, just the traffic jam that builds up behind the trucks. And you see distinctly the interactions, more and more cars, changing lanes, looking. In so many cases, I don't understand their mentality, but they think since they can see a little bit of an opening on the right side, I mean, dumbasses will get over to the right to pass a vehicle, then try to jump back. You made the progress of passing one vehicle. Nobody's going to get past the trucks until those trucks, to the truck in the hammer lane gets over. Why do people think they need to jump back and forth between lanes? And those interactions lead to additional crashes. If you set trucks at 60 miles per hour, then think of the fact, because there's a number of 75 and 80 mile an hour trucks out there as well. I actually followed Elsie the cow damn near from Chattanooga to Knoxville, doing about 80 miles per hour. Now that driver doing 80 miles per hour, if he was set, you're essentially losing 20 miles of productivity every hour, right? You're losing up to 150 miles per day in your 10-hour clock and your drive time. You govern all these trucks down to 60. As some of these anti-speed limiter comments have said, you're mandating, you're going to have more trucks put on the road to get the same amount of freight delivered, which would have the unintended consequences of making the highways less safe. Hopefully, they'll make some common sense decisions. Of course, when you're talking about government, time and time again, they make these rules and regulations that have the unintended consequences, negative unintended consequences, aka the ELD mandate. Statistics show the ELD mandate has made the roads less safe. Let's see. Hello to Pappy, who says, sent me a link here. The solar panel toxic waste problem. A report back in September of 2019. Solar panels generate 300 times more toxic waste per unit of energy than nuclear power plants. They also contain lead, cadmium, and other toxic, even carcinogenic chemicals that cannot be removed without breaking apart the entire panel. Even worse, rainwater can wash many of those toxins out of the fragments of solar modules over time. In the name of fighting climate change, you're ultimately just going to do more damage to the climate. Hey, there's an example of the unintended consequences. Quick time out. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig mattress. The Big Rig mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So as we await the announcement of executive orders regarding climate change, a report this past day says, hey, you know we've got a climate czar, right? Guy by the name of John Kerry. Does that ring a bell? Yeah, he's the special presidential envoy for climate change. Yeah, John Kerry's family jet has emitted over 300 metric tons of carbon dioxide since Biden was sworn into office, according to federal data. Kerry's family jet, a Gulfstream GIV-SP, has made a total of 48 trips, lasting more than 60 hours, and emitted an estimated 715,886 pounds, or what would be 325 metric tons of carbon since Biden was sworn into office. That according to federal data, digital via FlightAware. The plane belongs to Flying Squirrel LLC, a charter company that's owned by Kerry's wife, Teresa Heinz Kerry, in which Kerry reported owning a more than $1 million stake on his most recent financial disclosure. Biden appointed Kerry to lead the State Department's global climate policy outreach shortly after taking office, January of 21, since which Kerry has traveled round the world to the United Nations climate conferences, meetings with international heads of state, the World Economic Forum, their annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland. He's actually slated to jet off this week to the Petersburg Climate Dialogue, a United Nations summit where representatives from 40 countries will be talking about emissions reductions and climate financing for developing nations. They're going to meet in Berlin, Germany. When asked, Kerry's office suggested he would travel to the conference and return to the U.S. via commercial airline. His office similarly said he would not travel to the World Economic Forum conference in May by private plane. But right after Biden announced he would be our climate envoy, Kerry sent out a tweet which said, "Americans soon will have a government that treats the climate crisis as the urgent national security threat that it truly is." He has repeatedly pushed for green transitions away from fossil fuels, warning polluters of major consequences. He said the United States must begin shutting down existing power plants, not building new ones. Problem with people like John Kerry and these climate hypocrites who run the green movement is they want to use the coercive power of the government. According to the executive director of Power the Future, they want to use it internationally with groups like the UN. They want to use the power of government to deny the rest of us the ability to use those fossil fuels that they take for granted every day. They refuse to voluntarily live the way they want the rest of us to be forced to live. Not only does that make them hypocrites, it makes them, quite frankly, a threat to the rights and freedoms of people around the world. See, when John Kerry voluntarily lives the way he wants the rest of us to be compelled to live, then maybe we can talk about his climate goals. Now, he added he doesn't begrudge Kerry traveling via private plane or owning multiple mansions, but he takes issue with Kerry taking advantage of fossil fuels while trying to deny the same advantage to the everyday average American. At what point will John Kerry and all the rest of these world leaders who actually care about climate change start holding discussions via Zoom call? You don't have to fly to Berlin to talk to someone in this day and age. Do as I say, not as I do, right? All right, coming up, we'll get to Gilligan's on board. Pappy on the line. Eagle will be checking in. And room for you at 844-844-3388. You notice the hypocrisy as the prices at the pump were going up and up and up. How many times did we hear from the mainstream media and those Biden supporters that the president doesn't control prices? President has no control over gas prices, right? If you heard it once, you heard it a million times. But this week, you've got the administration and the president trying to take a victory lap, claiming victory as the prices are beginning to come down gradually. You can't have it both ways. You can't say the president has no control over prices when they're going up and then try to say, looky there, how about that, President Biden? Look at what he's done to bring the prices down. You said he has no control. Now, which is it? Right? Either way, diesel prices are lower again this week. According to the numbers from the Energy Information Administration, the new national average for a gallon of diesel is at $5.43 per gallon, down from $5.56 last week. But we're still $2.10 higher than we were 1 year ago. News break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Right before the House passed the Respect for Marriage Act, which would protect marriage equality by repealing the Defense of Marriage Act and providing federal protections for same-sex and interracial couples, 17 members of Congress were arrested by Capitol Police. They were protesting outside the Supreme Court building during an abortion rights protest. That was sound from the video from the scene showing Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez being led away by police. Capitol Police warned demonstrators that they would take action and then tweeted they arrested 34 people in total, including 16 members of Congress. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15, decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout.
you'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, quick look at some of the numbers. Let's see. Cheapest price you're going to find out there along the Gulf Coast. Nationally, $5.08 per gallon. Yeah, look out West Coast, you're still over $6. West Coast as a whole, $6.11, $6.51 per gallon. Average in the state of California. Lance posted here just a few minutes ago. He said, yay, $6.95 a gallon for diesel in Bakersfield, California. Wow, $6.97 a gallon, essentially. Let's try Gilligan. Morning, Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Hey, Always Moving was talking about that Iowa 80 out there and the Truckers Jamboree.
Mhm.
I actually made it out there for the 2009 Jamboree. I happened to be in the Quad Cities and got laid over for a day and a half right that weekend. It couldn't have been better timing. It's kind of funny. I was going through all the old trucks. There was a Pencil Nose Pete, all this stuff in there, all interesting trucks. I mean, got to the end of the rows, and I'm there, with the hands on my hips, kind of looking around. This guy walks up to me. He says, "What are you looking for there, driver?" I looked at him. I said, "Where's the Audi cars?" And he looked around, and he said, "I don't think I've seen one in this show." I said, "Let me explain. I was about 7 years old. My first ride the truck was with my uncle in a 53 Audi car. He burst out laughing. He said, "If I was you, I'd be looking for the Audi cars too."
Yeah.
Yep. And she said she went to Rushmore. Well, I was the Rushmore. I was about 13, 14 years old. Me and my uncle stood on the observation deck and looked at the mountain, but couldn't see nothing. There was the fog had moved in. Couldn't see 10 feet in front of you. So on her trip, there's two of my stories. I've been in a lot of them areas, as a kid on vacation and in a truck. He was talking about, you seen the pictures of the storms I was talking about?
Yes.
What you've seen was down in Greenbrier County. That's about 3.5 hours south of where I live. This is up in the Eastern Panhandle. We actually had a National Weather Service confirm an EF1 tornado in a little community called Delray, West Virginia. Boat checks in from there once in a while. And my uncle's house is where I grew up. That tornado touched down about 100 yards from his house.
Wow.
Fortunately, it did not tear up anything but one of his neighbor's outbuildings. But about 15 minutes from there, a friend of mine had his roof ripped off, the siding tore off. I was talking to my aunt earlier, and actually trees were literally twisted. I'm going to ride over there this weekend and try to get some pictures. This is in the mountains. I mean, the valley where I grew up, isn't more than a half mile wide, probably if it's the widest point, in mountains on each side. So if you think tornadoes don't hit in the mountains, you're sadly mistaken. In my lifetime, those two made 4 that I know of that's hit in my area.
Wow.
All in the county in which I live in. Yeah, it's rare, and then, of course, they're not as big as what you get. I don't think I've heard of one being bigger than an EF1, but still, even if EF1s, well, as you know, it hits in the wrong area, it could really do some serious damage.
Sure.
I want to touch on something else. I sent you the story. I don't know whether you've seen it or not, about them letting that transgender into the women's prison. Did you get that up?
Yes, right. Yeah,
Yeah.
They impregnated
Yeah,
two
but you-
females, and now they're moving them to a men's prison.
Yeah, I think the New Jersey, whoever made that decision needs a DA of the Year award. What do you think?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just amazing. This stuff happens, and it's like they're shocked that it happens. And I heard on the news story about the 17 lawmakers being arrested. They're out protesting outside the Supreme Court. I don't get how they could continue to do these things. Look at Maxine Waters, how she's incited riots over so many times, and nothing happens to these people. It's like they're totally above the law, But anyway, well, I guess I'm going to get off here, and I appreciate you taking my call, Steve. I hope everybody has a safe night.
I could yell again. Yeah, as far as those 17, AOC was one of them, and supposedly she made it look like she had her hands cuffed behind her back, but it was a photo op. Because when it was all said and done, at one point she made it look like she broke free from her handcuffs and raised her fist in the air. It was photo opportunity. That's all it was. Hello to No Handle Dave checking in. Steve, there's more about the hero from the mall shooting over the weekend there in Indiana. I had also seen another report that said the first victim that was killed was actually also armed, but didn't have time to pull his weapon. And of course, in the comment section, you have the anti-gunners saying, see, a good guy with a gun doesn't always stop a bad guy. Are you kidding me? I mean, these idiots can twist anything to make it fit their narrative. It's sad this young man was put into the situation that he had to take another man's life. I'm sure it's going to be a tough mental thing for him to get over. So I'm sure he could use everyone's prayers to get through this. Had to listen to you via YouTube because the podcast wasn't there this past day, but it was another great show. I'll be looking forward to the show tonight or later this afternoon. Stay safe, Overnight Drive Nation, and hug your loved ones because you never know in today's world if you'll get the opportunity to do it again. And thanks for all you do, Steve, from No Handle Dave. Yeah, after hearing the gunfire, the report this past day said, according to the police, the 22-year-old Elisha Dicken fired the handgun he was carrying to stop the shooter. He hit the gunman, killed him, obviously. Dicken gave permission for authorities to release his name, age, and hometown, but he's declined to speak publicly about the shooting as he continues to, I guess, go through the mental process of what unfolded that day. But according to the Greenwood police, he was actually shopping at the mall with his girlfriend that day. On Monday, Chief explained during the shooting at 5:57 p.m., less than 2 minutes after the gunfire began, that Dicken engaged the gunman. Well, yesterday, he corrected that timeline, offering the following statement. I'd like to make a correction on a statement made yesterday at the 2 p.m. press conference. There was an error in the timeline of events. The time lapse between the moment Jonathan Sepperman exited the restroom and began shooting and was shot then by the civilian was 15 seconds, not 2 minutes. Surveillance video shows Sepperman exited the restroom at 5:56 and 48 seconds. 5:56 and 48. He was neutralized by Dicken at 5:57 and 3 seconds. 15 seconds. This error was simply a result of misreading notes during the conference. I feel the need to correct this. Thank you. I will say his actions were nothing short of heroic. He engaged the gunman from quite a distance with a handgun. He was very tactically sound as he moved to close in on the suspect. He was also motioning for people to exit behind him. He has no police training. He has no military background. He explained Dicken's first shot at the gunman was from 40 to 50 yards away, and it appeared the very first shot hit the gunman. He was then able to hit the gunman with additional rounds. Yesterday, the coroner said the autopsy found the suspect had 8 gunshot wounds, none of which were self-inflicted. Dicken was carrying a 9mm Glock. After confirming the shooter was no longer a threat, Dicken approached mall security and cooperated with officers. He was handcuffed and questioned by officers, but released upon verification of his actions via surveillance video. Now, again, in Indiana, starting July 1st, carrying a handgun in the state no longer requires a permit. According to Eisen, Dicken did not have a permit for his handgun, but due to the passage of the constitutional carry bill in Indiana, he was legally carrying the weapon. But the chief said, I am 100% certain that more people would have died if it was not for his heroism. 15 seconds. 8 rounds on the mark. That's not bad for, I guess, no professional training, I'd have to say. Now, imagine if 2 full minutes had actually lapsed between the time he started shooting and the time he was engaged. 15 seconds, he killed 3 and injured 2 others. How many more may have perished if indeed 2 full minutes had lapsed? What do you say, Pappy?
Steve, let me tell you something. A 40-yard shot under them conditions is extremely good. So, yeah, like you said, I don't know what kind of training he's had. If he's had any kind of official training from somebody that knows what they're doing, but I'm telling you right now, that's 120 feet. And if he got all rounds into this dude at that distance, under that pressure, I tell you what, you can back me up any day of the week.
How about that?
Yes, sir. Yeah, what about old Potato Face flying around the world, Steve, telling everybody else not to fly around the world? Ain't that something?
Your carbon footprint.
Steve, we have talked about this kind of till we're blue in the face, I guess. Well, I'm going to say it one more time, and maybe I'll just shut up from here on afterwards. But this whole climate crisis is a hoax. And all your listeners probably know this. But it's my firm belief that this hoax is perpetrated by the New World Order Group, right? World Economic Forum.
Yeah.
To bring chaos and havoc and societal collapse so they can do their thing, so to speak. And Biden coming out talking about these, he's going to call a climate crisis, not a climate emergency. He's going to call a climate. He's just signaling to these people, yep, I'm the puppet and I'm all in with you.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever strings you want to pull, that's which way I will go. And, like we talked, was it last night? Yeah, it was last night, Steve. I told you here's Germany shutting down 3 nuclear power plants, right? And if Putin keeps that valve shut, what are they going to do, Steve? What was it I said a few months back? If we generated all of the battery supply for around the world, right? We get, 11 minutes worth of juice, right? To power the whole world. And 75 seconds, I'm sorry. In the year 2030,
it went up to, I think it was 11 or 17. Yeah, just literally minutes. Yeah. That's it.
Right. According to Al Gore, Steve, Florida's already supposed to be underwater. Remember that?
Yeah, and Barack Obama, Barack and Michelle just bought some beachfront property up there in the Northeast, didn't they? Odd that they'd be purchasing beachfront property when it's going to be underwater.
Steve, the amount of development that's going on, it's been going on for decades and decades down in Florida, the East Coast, the West. Steve, if these coastlines were going to be underwater, why would the banks be financing all this development on the coast if it's going to be underwater? It's a hoax. And there's a lot of people falling for it, but there's a lot of people that's not falling for it neither. And if they get their way, man, I don't know, Steve.
So I guess if I understand the so-called Build Back Better bill that was shot down primarily by Manchin, and they've been talking and supposedly trimming down that bill. I guess all this climate change stuff is in that bill. And now that Manchin walked away from it last week, there's no chance of passing the bill. So now I guess, well, we're going to have to resort to executive orders to push this agenda through.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I mean, Steve, I remember a year ago when they were talking about this Build Back Better. I mean, some of the things that they were talking about, like refurbing every single house and every single building in this country. Are you kidding
And
me,
the unbelievable trillions of dollars it would cost to pursue their agenda.
They're dumping billions and billions, if not trillions of dollars into this economy, which is causing this inflation to go up. And they don't care. They just want to keep dumping money, keep printing money we don't have. Steve, I really started thinking, man, when I talked about this HR 4350 last night. It kind of sunk in after I actually talked to you when it said no congressional oversight over the military. Which means that if there's in Vietnam, remember that slaughter they had? I can't remember what they called it, but there were some civilians that got gunned down. And Afghanistan, the way we pulled out of Afghanistan, and we had them 11 service members killed, or was it 10, at the gate there.
Yep.
Right? We're allowed to hold congressional hearings, Steve, to find out what went wrong. If this goes through and they pass it, there is no congressional oversight. There is no congressional hearings to find out what went wrong, what did we do wrong, what happened. Think of that. If the president doesn't have to go to Congress to use his military power to get the military to do whatever he wants them to do, that's kind of like a dictatorship.
That's bingo.
It wouldn't matter if who was president. If Trump was trying to do this, I would stand up and say, "Are you nuts?" Steve, there's some shenanigans going on, man. And we know who put this put this amendment forward in there. Adam Schiff.
Really? Surprise, a little pencil neck.
Yes. And now, Steve, I've heard here lately, and this is just rumors going around. There might be some other listeners that could call in that maybe has more insight to this. But I mean, we all, on January 6th, we all knew and know, I mean, it's been proven there was government involvement, right?
Correct.
With the use of informants or FBI informants or whatever, this Paul Aides guy, one guy that's on camera telling everybody to go to the Capitol on multiple occasions, on the 5th and the 6th. We need to go in the Capitol, pointing everybody, yelling at everybody. And he's not questioned. We got people held political prisoners for trespassing a year and a half. Steve, that's longer than you can get sentenced. the sentence for criminal trespassing is not a year and a half, and they ain't even been to trial yet. But the point I was getting at is I'm hearing there was some military involvement in January 6th too, not just the FBI.
Really?
So if this is true and this proposal goes through, right, and we get wind that, hey, what do you mean there's military personnel involved in this? There's no longer congressional oversight, Steve. We can't have hearings to figure out what the heck happened. They're trying to purge the military of extremists.
Yeah.
Their new definition of extremist. Remember I said something about 6 months ago? I was told by somebody that this whole vaccine mandates was to purge the military and government officials from anybody that don't want to tote the line. Most people that don't want to take that vaccine, right?
Right.
Are probably going to lean right, not
Correct.
left.
Yes, sir.
Let's get them out of here. We got to purge them. We got to get them out. So when, if martial law ever hits and you got the military giving, the president telling the military, hey, go into the city and take care of business, you got to purge the people in the military that would say,
hell no, I'm not raising a hand toward American citizens.
Ain't doing it. We got to get them out. There's a lot of things that are starting to kind of come together and really make you think, what are these people doing, man? Is this really coming to fruition here? I don't know. Time will tell.
Yep.
I think we'll know by November in this midterm. I think, they know they're in trouble. We said this before. What are they willing to do to keep the election, these midterms, from happening? But all right, my man. It is that time. You're at the top of the hour. You all have a good night. Everybody be safe. We'll probably talk tomorrow.
Thank you for checking in. Yeah, what he's alluding to there, that's pretty much what Rainmaker was saying. As far as these emergency powers, he said, all you got to do is look back at the original truck convoy, the protest up there in, was that Calgary? In Canada. What Trudeau did to the truckers. Remember how much Trudeau did against the truck drivers and the people who helped the truck drivers? I mean, seizing their money, even seizing the truckers' equipment. Yeah, Biden could bring the military involvement into this whole climate control. I want to believe things won't get crazy, but, I mean, Biden is being controlled by Marxists. And the Democrats are very scared about the midterm elections, and, they'll do anything to keep power. Rainmaker, I think you're right. Yes, it is news break time. Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Americans are expected to spend a record-tying $37 billion on back-to-school supplies this year. The National Retail Federation says that'll match last year's record high. The group's annual survey showing families with children in grades K through 12 plan to spend an average of $864 on school items. Multiple Democratic lawmakers are among those arrested at a pro-abortion rally outside the Capitol. Those taken into custody by police were Congresswoman Ilhan Omar Veronica Escobar, Ayanna Presley, Jackie Spear, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Capitol Police reporting a total of 16 lawmakers were arrested. The Henderson, Nevada Fire Department says a fire has been put out at the Hoover Dam in Nevada after an explosion happened this morning. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Dangerous temperatures are being felt from California to Massachusetts, with more than 120 million Americans under excessive heat warnings or advisories. The National Weather Service said that more than 60 new record highs will be set across 20 states by the end of the week. The Hoover Dam already experienced a major power scare when a transformer explosion sent smoke swelling as temperatures soared into triple digits. The dam supplies power to California, Nevada, and Arizona. As of Tuesday, 85 large fires were burning more than 3 million acres in 13 states, according to the National Interagency Fire Center. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order that codifies a 2020 law dealing with Americans held hostage or wrongfully detained abroad. The order will authorize the federal government to impose financial sanctions on those who are involved directly or indirectly in wrongfully detaining Americans abroad, the White House said. A senior Biden administration official stated that new sanctions will be announced later on this week. A Delaware court determined that the trial in a lawsuit brought by Twitter against Elon Musk should take place in October, granting an expedited timeline for the case. Twitter sued Musk, the chief executive of Tesla, in an attempt to force him to complete his purchase of the company after he declared in early July he was walking away from the deal.
Easy money for America's biggest banks with policies that made the COVID era a major windfall on Wall Street has come to a close. Interest rates have surged this year, rapidly changing the financial markets and slowing them down. Bank of America, Goldman, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley have all severely missed their second quarter earnings report over the past week. Financial experts are seeing tougher times ahead for big banks. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Since Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Lines available at 844-844-3388. I got some new numbers yesterday. Yeah, but more not so encouraging economic data. Housing starts dropped to the lowest level in 9 months. According to the Commerce Department, the forecasts were already low, considering building has been slowing due to a drop in affordability. But the poor numbers in Tuesday's report didn't even meet expectations. Permits for new projects dipped as well. Now, while these numbers are weakening in the United States, it's also a global phenomenon. Supply chain issues for the material necessary for construction are one of the factors. So is the worsening general perception of the world economy. We could soon be seeing cuts in construction jobs as well as jobs related to industries like steel. There could be other negative downstream effects. Now, if home prices decline due to weaker demand and higher interest rates, that's going to cut into people's perceived net worth, which will worsen economic sentiment even more. Now, fewer showings of homes, according to a survey of realtors, indicate this trend's not going to be stopping anytime too soon. So this is all a true vicious circle. At the White House, I mentioned last hour, the White House considered this an appropriate moment to declare victory over gas prices. Right, gas prices are down to about $4.50 a gallon for the first time in over a month. But you realize they're still nearly double what they were when Biden took office. Even an analyst at CNN, believe it or not, which is test driving an editorial voice other than dumber, more boring MSNBC, an analyst at CNN blogged, "It's like scoring a touchdown and doing a victory dance in the end zone when you're still losing 35-7. That's a good analogy. Let's go, Brandon. Elsewhere in financial news, Netflix lost almost 1 million subscribers. That apparently was better than they expected. So Wall Street was actually happy with that. The streaming giant also announced the purchase of an animated movie studio. And the chief of Netflix predicts there will be the imminent demise of linear television. Twitter stock also jumped after Elon Musk lost his bid to delay the trial, which we just heard in the break. That trial will proceed in October. A Bank of America survey indicated investors are deeply fearing a recession, but Main Street consumers are a bit more optimistic than previously thought. So ups and downs and in-betweens. On back to the phones. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay. How you doing?
Doing well. What's happening tonight?
Yeah. I tried to call back in last night, but you had a lot of callers, so you didn't get back to me. But I wanted to finish up on some things that I didn't get to discuss last night. First of all, I want to talk about. I'm just going to be real brief. This Dr. Fauci guy claims that he's not going to be around for another administration in the White House under at his position. Well, I got bad news for Mr. Fauci. Dr. Doom. If Donald Trump got back in the White House, you wouldn't even have to worry about resigning, my man, because you know what the deal is. You'd be fired. And like Trump should have got rid of him when he was in the White House. But I promise you, Fauci, if you do decide to stick around and think that Donald Trump is going to carry you along for the ride in 2024, you better think again, my friend, because you'll be out the door. You'll be the first man out the door when Trump get back in the White House. I promise you that.
Yep.
What'd you say?
No doubt about it. Yes.
Yeah, he'll be the first man. So he do himself a favor. So Mr. Fauci, he can do himself a favor and everybody else a favor and go ahead and resign now. The way I look at it. Now let's talk about this other situation, Steve. I talked to you last night about the police in America. I told you many times, I respect police officers, what job that they do. But if I was a police officer, I would have resigned my position a long time ago. Because, see, first of all, they don't make the type of money that they deserve to put their life on the line for these people that just abuse and don't appreciate the service that these individuals put in, such as the man. I know he wasn't a police officer, but the guy that stopped this attack at the shopping mall on Sunday in Indianapolis. This guy here saved a lot of lives, and he's being attacked by people talking about he broke the law by having a gun in the shopping mall. Now, let's talk about this, Steve. Okay, now we already know the police officers in America have been declawed, kind of like I made this scenario last night, a cat when they when they cut his nails. That's what he uses for protection. And other animals that they do these things to. This is what has happened to the police officer. A police officer now in America, Steve, instead of reacting, he has to wait for another man to make a move. And unfortunately, that's why you got so many cops getting killed, because they're having to wait because they're afraid of some supervisor. Down there in Uvalde, Texas, you already know this, Steve. Mm-hmm. They had an aim at that guy. They could have ended this guy before he even entered into school, and this guy had to call up his supervisor or somebody who was in charge of him to get the okay to make a move. Now this is totally ridiculous. When you got police officers, when you got a life and death situation like that, you don't need to be trying to get no approval from nobody. You need to take this guy out before he enters into the school. Now, this is what is happening in America, Steve. These cops are having to wait for supervisors and wait for approval before they can shoot somebody or stop a guy like breaking the law. And when you do that to the police officer, you hurt the morale. And these individuals, a lot of cops now, they're not rushing to these accidents now because they know that, like one guy said, what good is it going to do to arrest the guy and 24 hours later you see that same guy on the street again? You're like, what the hell am I doing this job for? You arrest the guy for drugs and 24 hours later they got back out on the street again. So these cops, this is what is happening to cops in America. The morale is down. Same scenario is going on down here in Texas where I'm at, Steve, with the Border Patrol agents. Mm-hmm. These Border Patrol agents, they see what's happening. They're not getting and I do mean no support from the president or the government. These guys are arresting people for what? It's just to turn them loose. That's basically what they're doing, is arresting them and turning them loose into America, loading them up on buses and taking them to Washington, D.C. and other places around America. What the hell? Why would a Border Patrol agent try to stop a man when they know that they're going to turn right back around and release the guy? Then they got the nerve to try to put guys in trouble because of Joe Biden. These guys on horseback claim that they were trying to whip some. These guys wasn't trying to whip nobody. These guys were whipping the horse. They wasn't trying to whip these individuals. Crossing into America illegally, that's the part they forget to bring up, Steve, that these people were crossing into the U.S. illegally, and these men were on horseback trying to stop these people. But they don't look at it. It's like I say, like we got these woke people in America, Steve, and it's like they see things different from people like me and you. Whether they do it on purpose or not, I don't know. That's what that's what Pappy said last night, that people are doing this on purpose. They're purposely not seeing the right thing. I hope that they're not doing that, because that makes it even worse. If you're stupid, you're just stupid. But if you purposely being stupid, that makes it even worse, Steve. So like I said, we got a real serious problem in America, and until they start focusing on the mental issue of this situation, we're going to continue to have gun shootings around America. because the gun is not the problem, but Biden and his people continue to want to take the guns out of Americans' hands. And then that's a good thing that they're not doing it, because that man in Indianapolis, he had a gun in his hand and he was able to stop an attack. So I agree with the good guys having. If the bad guys got guns, the good guys should have guns too, no matter what Joe Biden has to say. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, good to hear from you, Eagle. Thank you for checking in. I got an email. Let me flip the page back over here from Jeff, the bus driver, as he goes by. Jeff, the bus driver. Said, Steve, I became paralyzed from the rib cage down about 5.5 years ago. Been in a nursing facility ever since. But finally, I'm out, living with my youngest son. I actually drove an entertainer coach for 29.5 years. I've been watching you from the nursing facility. Now I'm watching you as a free man. I'll tell you, it was hell, but you helped make it a little easier. How about that? All right. Well, I'm glad you're out. Free man. How's that feel? All right. Let's see. From JR in Gilbertsville, PA. Hey, Steve, can you throw this out there to the audience regarding the shooting at the Indiana food court? You know, it takes a lot of guts to be a good Samaritan. Now, police arrived at the scene without much information. Think of how this could unfold. They observe the Good Samaritan first upon arriving to the shooting scene. They don't see anyone else shooting. They're not sure who the bad guy is. So they shoot the Good Samaritan, who's the only guy that they observe shooting a gun upon arrival. It's the kind of thing that could happen, right? Scary, kind of scary to be a Good Samaritan. You know, that's kind of the scenario that Pappy described here when we were talking about guns in the schools, as far as arming teachers or things of that nature. That if you get a call to a school about an active shooter, and you may have an English teacher that's armed, and law enforcement comes storming in, they see a guy in the hallway with a gun, not knowing per se that he's not the bad guy. Those are the kind of ugly scenarios that could unfold. All points to ponder, right? All right, thank you for the email. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up. And going 1,500 miles on a full tank, well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
How about a Dumbass of the Week nominee in the trucking sector? Say it isn't so. This past day, the Iowa Department of Transportation Motor Vehicle Enforcement Division took to Facebook to issue a warning about load securement after an encounter with a driver hauling an excavator. Officials asked drivers to be extra aware of load securement and brake issues after an officer encountered a rather alarming heavy equipment haul. From the DOT Motor Vehicle Enforcement Division. Happy Tuesday. While we have you here, let's talk about load securement and brakes. Each of them important in their own way and required per federal regulations. Well, in the photos they shared, there are issues that are not difficult to spot. You'll find a 50,000-pound excavator loaded on a trailer with absolutely no load securement. You'll also find a brake that has not been operable for quite some time. We shouldn't need to lecture anyone on the importance of making sure your vehicle can stop safely. We also shouldn't need to tell you that we really prefer cargo to stay on the vehicle. Deer in Iowa are bad enough. We don't want to swerve around a 50,000-pound machine lying in the middle of the road. Please do your part in keeping our roadways safe. So I guess whoever loaded the excavator, I guess they felt, well, this thing's heavy enough. It ain't going nowhere. It ain't going to slide off, right? Good golly. Traffic was stopped for hours on the Florida Turnpike on Monday after an entire herd of cattle was let loose during a tractor-trailer fire. Yes, Monday morning in Osceola County, Florida, continued into the afternoon as crews searched for the one remaining loose cow, according to Fox 35 Orlando. The 47-year-old truck driver driving along the Florida Turnpike, he noticed smoke and fire coming from his cab, pulled over to the shoulder, opened the livestock trailer, allowing the animals to escape the smoke and flames. Cab of the truck burned up in the incident, but the engine compartment and the cattle trailer appeared to have remained intact. But the some 70 cows that were released in the incident obviously held up traffic for hours as crews had to work to round them up and get them out of there. Mounted responders were searching for any loose cattle that may have made their way into the woods. Officials from the Florida Turnpike tweeted, no further information available. And as we head toward news break time, how about this? I had a story a couple weeks ago about a restaurant, a couple of restaurants around there. There's not many opportunities you have in a big truck, in an 18-wheeler, to be able to get a bite to eat via a drive-through. Yeah, that's changed in Andrews, Texas, a barbecue joint showing support for truckers with their large drive-through that can accommodate semis. And we're not talking just like a drive-through window. We're talking Yeah, like a facility with the doors big enough, like driving into, say, a truck wash sort of facility. Yeah, vast opening. Actually pull into under the cover of the building, and they'll come out, take your order while you're sitting there in your truck. It's Mustang Country Barbecue on U.S. Highway 385 in Andrews, Texas. A unique attraction, a trucker-friendly drive-through, allowing you to order up some barbecue favorites and get back on the road ASAP. Mustang Country Barbecue's owner tells Fox West Texas that the drive-thrus attracted truckers from all over the Southwest. We've been blessed that we've had drivers come all the way from California, New Mexico, Colorado, and Oklahoma because they heard about us from other drivers. And they say, hey, you got to check this out. But when you actually have an 80,000-pound semi come through here and they order their food and drive in, we can hand it to them. They drive off smiling. It's just huge. It's very unique, and that's different. In addition to the drive-through, the restaurant also allows truck parking because they've got the real estate available there. And lastly, under the industry headlines, the Michigan Department of Transportation advising drivers plan ahead for a major week-long interstate closure that's going to get underway this Friday in Detroit, starting 4 a.m. this Friday, the 22nd. I-94 will be closed in both directions between I-75 and the M10, which is Lodge Freeway. Additionally, at 1 a.m. on the 22nd, all entrance ramps to eastbound 94 will be closed from 30th Street, just west of Warren Avenue, to Chrysler Drive, while all entrance ramps to westbound 94 will be closed from Mount Elliott Street to Trumbull Avenue. They plan to open I-94 and all the closed ramps at 4 a.m. on July the 29th. So it's going to be shut down essentially the entire week. This is going to allow the DOT to move the 2nd Avenue Bridge over I-94. They have provided detour information. During the closure, eastbound 94 traffic will be diverted to southbound M10, then northbound I-75 back to eastbound 94. Westbound kind of just the opposite. So follow the I-95 Detroit on Twitter for more information. But again, that gets underway this Friday. And we get a news break here as we hit the bottom of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Right before the House passed the Respect for Marriage Act, which would protect marriage equality by repealing the Defense of Marriage Act and providing federal protections for same-sex and interracial couples, 17 members of Congress were arrested by Capitol Police. They were protesting outside the Supreme Court building during an abortion rights protest. That was sound from the video from the scene showing Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez being led away by police. Capitol Police warned demonstrators that they would take action and then tweeted they arrested 34 people in total, including 16 members of Congress. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Patriot Software has saved our business by allowing me to focus on other aspects of the business rather than spending so much time on multiple platforms to do the things entailed on running a business. I found Patriot by complete accident, and I don't regret it. It is continuing to save our company, and I'm extremely excited to see what else it entails.
Easy to learn, easy to use, small business software tailored just for you.
Visit us at patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I pulled up the live temperature map. Wow, here we are, 2:35 Eastern Time, 2:35 a.m. So a little after 11:30 on the West Coast. And it's still 100 degrees at this hour. Southern Arizona, right there,
I guess that's out in the middle of the desert, right? Southern Arizona, right there along the Arizona-California line as well. 101 there. Now we've got temperatures still in the mid-90s. It's showing, looks like 95, maybe just to the north of Dallas, 92 just south of Dallas, 94 degrees in northwest Louisiana. This map's depicting, again, this was from 2 a.m. Eastern time when this updated. Now close to 90 degrees there in northeast Arkansas. Wow. In Big Sexy's necks of the woods. It's showing 84 up in the Louisville area at this hour. Incredibly warm for this time of the morning. That's the heat wave. That's the big heat dome. All right, get back to your calls here. Checking with Chevy Guy this Wednesday morning. What do you say, Chevy Guy?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I'm still stuck on the perpetual motion machine. And see, I think people ain't not understanding where it's coming from. You know, when I used to sit in that engine room on that destroyer, we had a steam turbine engine, and that turbine moved at a high rate of speed. But it was totally useless to the propeller shaft. They had a reduction gear that it was hooked to, and it would reduce and reduce and reduce and reduce the speed. So it finally got down to where it would be useful to be connected to the propeller shaft. So it's my point would be you have your wheels, you know, on your 3 wheels on a vehicle. And by the way, the car may be as big as a 79 Lincoln. Anybody got a problem with that? I just love it. Hey, I'm driving a Fiesta, you know what I'm saying? So I'd love to be back in a big car and it didn't cost me anything. But you have your wheel turn, and then you have a gearbox that keeps increasing the speed. So you increase the speed of the wheel in this gearbox that's hooked to the generator. And you got 3 possible generators, and then you have one. All you need is the one motor that would be able to propel the automobile. Man, I'd love to have the chassis built up, put a 1941 Willis Coupe body on that sucker and run it from coast to coast, and I'd paint yellow stripes on the back of the back window and says, hey, you know, like the bumblebee, up your physics, you know, because the bumblebee can't fly. That's what the physics says. So, hey, you know what? The whole idea, just like the hog machine, the tire machine, you know, they're dealing with physics. They got to figure out a way around the physics. And that's all it is. You know, the railroads doing the perpetual motion. But did you see the size of the generator? Well, okay, it's proven that it's already got the perpetual motion down, but you got to work on the problem, which is the size of a generator. So, you know, I'm not coming out of nowhere. I've seen this stuff on Nova back in the 80s, you know. Even a air compressor and driving it through Europe. Now, the thing was loud as all get out. I don't think your neighbors would appreciate it if you drove in, to your house at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. It's just you got the problem. It needs to be dealt with. Because where our options is here, we're going from being obviously we've robbed ourselves with this election, and now we've robbed ourselves with being able to pump our oil. Biden's over there on his knees begging OPEC again, which we never heard during Trump. We never heard about them people during Trump's administration. So now turning around, and it looks like we're totally throwing ourselves at the will and the whim of the Chinese in China. So there you go. We got to fix the problem because where we're ending up is not very. It's just not a good place to go. I'll say this is the Chinese, invested in America when they paid off Biden, and I think they're getting repaid. The Biden family, they're getting repaid very well right now. And then, all right, the problem on the top of the news. Oh, you don't want teachers to have guns because you come running in. The problem is you don't know if it's a teacher. Well, I'm just a trucker here. You want the answer to that problem? Well, you have a box in the teacher's room, all right? If that's where the weapon is. No teacher owns the gun in that school. All right, you have the box in there. The teacher has the ability maybe to put their hand on that box and it unlocks. They pull that gun out. Now, secretly, that gun that's in there in every room that can be used only to teachers that are willing to do and are trained. All it has to be is a gun that is colored pink, purple. It'd be no different. It would identify them as a teacher, no different than an officer walking in with a green uniform, a black vest, with the sheriff on the. It would be the teacher would be very well identified, and the color of the gun in that school would be totally secret, except for law enforcement. The law enforcement being sent there would know what color gun that the teachers carry in school. They're telling us, so my 6-year-old granddaughter has to stay unprotected in a gun-free school zone because some administrator can't figure this stuff out. I'm just out here on savings. Come on. Let's just fix it. We know what the problem is. You fix it, just like everything else. So other than that, we're enjoying the show, and we're going to sit back and copy the mail. How about it?
Well, how about you send your proposal to some of the administrators out there so they can... That's an idea, if it's only known to law enforcement. All right. Thank you, Shepherd Guy. 17 before the hour. See what's going on with Carolina Monkey Gouger. Hey there.
Well, hello, Steve. How you doing tonight?
Hey, what day is it?
I know one day it's hot as hell down here in Dallas, Texas. I come through the Mixmaster about an hour ago at 93.5 degrees.
That's all right. So this is accurate then, what I was seeing. It's showing like 92 to the south, 95 to the north of Dallas, right? So you're right in there. Yep, 93 at this hour. That's crazy.
Yeah. The downtown Dallas, of course, it's summer. It's supposed to get hot.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
But before I get started on my rant, we have a public service announcement tonight. For TNC Radio, I have been asked to co-host Tom Kirk's show tonight. It'll be on at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 6 o'clock Central Standard Time. So y'all come on over there and join in. Topic of discussion, we're going to be talking about these laws they're playing with on the snow removal. They want us truck drivers get up there and remove all that snow. So just want to tell everybody, be sure and tune in tonight. Come on over at 7 on TNC Radio.
Very good. I hadn't been getting my updates from Tom as of late. You normally sends me breakdown what's coming up at the 5 o'clock hour here each morning. So I hope Tom's not under the weather, is he?
Well, I think Tom Kirk is got allergies or something, and he's been off. And the other Tom,
Tom Kelly's the one that normally sent me the updates.
Yeah, right. Tom Kelly, he's been kind of busy, doing things. And, that might be the reason. But anyway, I thank you for letting me throw that out there.
Absolutely.
We get to play radio talk. You need to call in tonight.
You want me to call in from my bed or what?
Oh, we stay up every night and talk to you. You can call in and make it interesting,
All right, yeah. You don't stay up to call me. I mean, we go weeks without hearing from you. If you're snoozing, I'm losing, so.
Well, Steve, when I'm at the house, there's a lot going on, and between the new grandbaby, I've been staying up with him at night. He's got his days and nights mixed up. That joker's growing. But I get the night watch. Me and him watch a lot of John Wayne. We watch a lot of Smokey and the Bandit. And them little eyes, them little blue eyes is wide awake,
Wow.
But, Steve, this time like me and you kind of follow the same Facebook news or whatever, because some of the stuff, but there was I don't know if you've ever seen it. There's a thing on there called leak videos. And it's about, people shooting at the police and showing their ass, and all this stuff. Well, there was a gun battle in the last 2 weeks down there in Washington, D.C., which is supposed to be a gun-free zone. And this old hoodlum decides he's going to shoot up the neighborhood, and he's like that pop, 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 pop. And these other hoodlums are standing there by the cars, and they pull out their guns, and they start shooting at him. Pop, 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 pop. And I think they finally shot him, and anyway, they got him down. They hear the siren coming. They throw all the guns back in the car, standing up like ain't nothing happened. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
I've not seen that one, no.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I thought now D.C. supposed to be a gun-free zone, and look at all these guns that just come out the woodwork. That goes to prove that you take the guns away from the law-abiding citizens, and the bad people still gonna have them. So that just shot holes all in that theory, So. Other thing I was wanting you to see, did you see where Victoria's Secret's stock really fell in the damper in the last week or two?
No, really. I don't follow Victoria's Secret stock. What happened?
Well, they went and replaced, they had those Victoria's Secret angels. Boy, them were some hot mamas too, boy. Woo-wee! And they replaced them with that bimbo soccer player, that she or whatever she is, that little blonde-headed
I remember that.
bimbo.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and their stocks tanked. I didn't know if you've seen it. And they were talking about this woke America thing ain't working for these big factories. Look at Disney, look at Coca-Cola, all the rest of them that went with this woke crowd that bit them in the ass. And so that was something else. And there was another thing I wanted to throw up, and I want to refresh your memory. It's been about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. I'm not for sure, but we was talking about the what is that? The National Ocean deal, the NOAA or NCOA
National
or whatever
Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Yeah, NOAA.
And I want to refresh your memory. You remember what they said a year and a half ago, that the water line, the oceans were actually receding, and they had receded like by a foot in the last 10 years?
Well, it's supposed to be doing the exact opposite.
Right. Instead of going up, it's receding. And what, when y'all was talking about that earlier, I got to thinking about something, and during the full moon, the gravitational pull of the moon, you're going to have usually high ocean tide.
Sure,
it's going to be higher those 7 days. Well, there's a one of them news people stationed down there at Charleston. There's an island down there that sits kind of low, and when that gravitational pull of the moon happens, it floods that island. Woo, boy, here they go. They go running down there, wading around in the rubber boots and everything. And, oh, me, look at this global warming. It's killing us. It's flooding, And it happens every month down there. I mean, this ain't no new phenomenon. It's going on. But I wanted to just kind of refresh your memory on that deal about, what they said about the oceans actually receding. Al Gore was saying Italy was going to be underwater, South Florida, the Keys, that was, 25 years ago when that idiot was running his mouth. And the Florida Keys was going to be underwater, and Miami was going to be underwater, and ain't nothing happened. And, but anyway, it was good to hear from my favorite donut eater tonight. I'm glad to know that he's still out here rolling and patrolling, and I think he took a couple weeks off is what I seen when he had that them pallets on fire in his backyard.
Yep. He'll be off not till this Friday, but the following Friday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Boy, he must be way up in the rate to get that much vacation. He'll be so sugared up the next 3 days, we ain't going to be able to deal with it. Can you imagine him getting to go by the Krispy Kreme every morning and at dinner time and supper time? Boy, he'd just be all sugared up. But Steve, that's about all I got tonight. Everything else is. Oh, one other thing I want to ask you about: how many of those people that got locked up over there today was actually in handcuffs?
I don't know, honestly, if any of them were. I can't
Look,
tell
the reason
you.
I was asking you that, I think there's a law. I know it was back in the 1800s, you know, when they were traveling by horse and they'd send people out there to high scaffold the congressmen so they couldn't get there in time to vote. And there was a law brought up back in them days that if Congress is in session, you cannot arrest or hinder a senator or a congressman. So, you know, is this some more of that BS that CNN is trying to pull on us again?
Good question. Like I said, it was. It's all a photo op, dog and pony show. I mean, they're trying to make it sound like, you know, now that the Roe versus Wade has gone through. You notice you're hearing in the news breaks they passed the Marriage Act. You know, they're afraid that this Supreme Court may now end like gay marriages, and they think they're going to just turn everything around, turn it upside down.
Well, I mean, you know, Clarence Thomas said the next thing he was looking at was gay marriage, and I think he ought to do it. A marriage should be between a man and a woman, and what them other fools do in their time behind closed doors, they don't deserve no special rights. You know, just because they live in that lifestyle, that's the lifestyle they want to live. As long as they leave me the hell alone and do it in the dark behind closed doors, it don't bother me. But I don't think I'm just old-fashioned, you know. And marriage is between a man and a woman. And before I get off here, those 17 congressmen up there that was in protest of young children being slaughtered, I hope you rot in hell. And Steve, with that, I'll talk to you later, my man.
Very good. Thank you, Monkey Gouger. And we return into...
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I got an advisory from a cybersecurity firm and government watchdogs this past day, sounding the alarm about the use of a popular GPS tracking device manufactured in China. It is called the Mycotis MV720. It's a GPS tracker. They tell us it has 6 severe vulnerabilities that could potentially allow hackers to track you without your knowledge, remotely disable fleets of corporate supply and emergency vehicles, abruptly stop civilian vehicles on dangerous highways, and more. According to the cybersecurity firm BitSight, these Mycotis GPS trackers are used by customers to monitor real-time locations and speeds, historical routes, and to remotely cut off fuel in the event of theft. Now, the group says that vulnerabilities in the devices could allow hackers to cut fuel to a civilian's vehicle and deploy ransomware, demanding a ransom to return the vehicle to working condition. Hackers could also deploy ransomware to vehicles in an organization's commercial vehicle fleet, potentially inducing supply shortages, disrupting business continuity for both the targeted organization and their supply chain partners. BitSight says that trackers or attackers exploiting the vulnerabilities could result in loss of life, supply chain disruptions, unlawful tracking, or data breaches. As an immediate solution, BitSight recommends users of the MV720 should take prompt action to protect themselves from these vulnerabilities. They recommend you immediately discontinue use or disable any Mycotis MV720 GPS trackers until a fix is made available. Now, they say this device typically requires professional installation, so users may need to consult a mechanic to properly disable it. Apparently, these things retail for about $20, and there's about 1.5 million in use around the world right now. But these things are in government, military, and police agencies, as well as a variety of industries, including aerospace, engineering, manufacturing, shipping. Say, if China can remotely control vehicles in the United States, we've got a problem here. Now, with the fast growth and adoption of mobile devices and the desire for our society to be more connected, it's kind of easy to overlook the fact that GPS tracking devices like these can greatly increase cyber risk if they're not built with security in mind. Okay, there you go. U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency also released a bulletin this past day detailing multiple hacking vulnerabilities associated with the device. So there you go. News update at the top of the hour. Midnight hour on the West Coast, as a matter of fact. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Americans are expected to spend a record-tying $37 billion on back-to-school supplies this year. The National Retail Federation says that'll match last year's record high. The group's annual survey showing families with children in grades K through 12 plan to spend an average of $864 on school items. Multiple Democratic lawmakers are among those arrested at a pro-abortion rally outside the Capitol. Those taken into custody by police were Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, Veronica Escobar, Ayanna Presley, Jackie Spear, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Capitol Police reporting a total of 16 lawmakers were arrested. The Henderson, Nevada Fire Department says a fire has been put out at the Hoover Dam in Nevada after an explosion happened this morning. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Dangerous temperatures are being felt from California to Massachusetts, with more than 120 million Americans under excessive heat warnings or advisories. The National Weather Service said that more than 60 new record highs will be set across 20 states by the end of the week. The Hoover Dam already experienced a major power scare when a transformer explosion sent smoke swelling as temperatures soared into triple digits. The dam supplies power to California, Nevada, and Arizona. As of Tuesday, 85 large fires were burning more than 3 million acres in 13 states, according to the National Interagency Fire Center. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order that codifies a 2020 law dealing with Americans held hostage or wrongfully detained abroad. The order will authorize the federal government to impose financial sanctions on those who are involved directly or indirectly in wrongfully detaining Americans abroad, the White House said. A senior Biden administration official stated that new sanctions will be announced later on this week. A Delaware court determined that the trial in a lawsuit brought by Twitter against Elon Musk should take place in October, granting an expedited timeline for the case. Twitter sued Musk, the chief executive of Tesla, in an attempt to force him to complete his purchase of the company after he declared in early July he was walking away from the deal.
Easy money for America's biggest banks with policies that made the COVID era a major windfall on Wall Street has come to a close. Interest rates have surged this year, rapidly changing the financial markets and slowing them down. Bank of America, Goldman, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley have all severely missed their second quarter earnings report over the past week. Financial experts are seeing tougher times ahead for big banks. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, there you go. Remember the Big Moose this Wednesday morning. Now, let me jump back to the calls here. Hanging in there, patiently waiting. Eskimo Mom, hi there.
Hi, Steve.
Hey there.
This is Eskimo Mom.
How we doing this morning, Eskimo Mom?
Oh, just playing truck driver coming back from Lexington because my load didn't run this morning.
Oh.
And so I just do whatever any good driver does. Just do whatever loads are available.
There you go.
It gives me a nice little break. But what I want to chime in on was about the schools, about the arming of teachers. If any community wants to know what the process about arming teachers, the best thing they need to do is contact one of the school districts that's already done it. And like in Shelby County, Ohio, most of our schools in Shelby County have at least one teacher, staff, or somebody in that school that is licensed to carry.
Mm-hmm.
And in the school that firearm is kept in a special place, and its fingerprint and its lockbox is only activated by somebody's fingerprint, and that's already been qualified through a special course. And in addition, there's also there is a special vest that they put on, an armor. Special body armor vest they put on that identifies them as part of the school.
Mm-hmm.
And so far so good. As far as I know, we've only had maybe one kid bring a gun into the school. But and unfortunately for all of us, one of his classmates ratted on him. But stuff like some of those school shootings, very, very highly unlikely in my home county, but you just never know, unfortunately, in this day and age.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I thought about the idea of some sort of a a colored vest, like construction workers, the orange vest or a green vest or something like that.
Yeah, and there's a and for Shelby County was one of the first ones to Shelby County here in Ohio was one of the first ones to allow armed school teachers, and even though Sheriff Lenhart is now retired from the sheriff's department, his replacement is Sheriff Fry, and Sheriff Fry was on the sheriff's department back right after Sandy Hook, and it was when this all got going. And it's and so far and we don't hear a lot. A lot of the parts of it just kept hush hush as part of security, but it's just these some of these folks that don't want guns in school. They're just scared of firearms, period, and they don't look at the big picture.
Right. That
in this day and age, it doesn't matter, and that if even if you ban all guns, what's going to stop a madman from getting a car and running into a group of kids, or somebody bringing a bomb into the school and blowing it up? Or even going to a cafeteria with a big old sword and start swinging and not caring who they hit.
Right, where there's a will, there's a way. Right, that's what they always.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, there is.
All right, well, Eskimo Mom, thank you for checking in. Safe travels the rest of your journey this morning. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Steve. I do have a DA award nominee. I was talking with Brain Dead and Dingbat earlier, and over there at the Walmart in West Memphis, there is a big truck that ended up going through the parking lot of the Chinese restaurant over there, and more than likely he is going to have a hard time getting out in the morning.
Some things
from the way Dingbat was describing it.
Some things you learn the hard way, right? All right, thank you, Eskimo Mom. 13 past the hour. And let me see here. Be honest, I mean, I remember getting old enough, I remember when Kings Island first opened up. And you got all the game section, which things have changed a lot over the years. But one of our favorite things to do, when I was young, me and my uncles, and they had the shooting gallery. Now, back in the day, you'd pay your probably 50 cents. And remember they had like the tubes, a whole tube. For your 50 cents, they would load a tube of actual BBs into your BB gun that shot physical BBs at targets. That technology has changed over the years now, where it's like the laser lights. For those places that still actually have shooting galleries, it's not shooting a physical projectile, but just, like I said, the laser light. I guess in this day and age, people don't even like that. They don't like the prospect of you playing with even a laser light gun. Talk about the full anti-gunners. Reason I bring that up, there is the amusement park in Orlando. Remember the case where the teenager actually fell from the ride earlier this year? Kid that was like 100 pounds over the weight limit fell to his death. It's the same amusement park, but they had a new sniper-like laser shooting game that's being paused, at least. The Bullseye Blast game let riders on the 400-foot wheel, I guess like a Ferris wheel, at Icon Park. You pay an extra $5.95, and you get to shoot your laser blaster at 50 different targets that are strategically located on rooftops throughout the park. So, you get up to the pinnacle, you're 400 foot up in the air, and you're shooting at targets literally throughout the park. In a statement over the weekend, park officials said while the ride has been well received by customers, some question whether it's appropriate following mass shootings in this country. Some non-guests and community members expressed that they think this toy shooting device is insensitive. The attractions industry has many similar games which use similar shooting devices. So that's what we were limited to when we explored the game. We believe that a device can and should be designed which doesn't offend anyone in the community. I'm sorry to tell you, there are people that are offended by a damn squirt gun. Honestly. No joke. Park officials said they look forward to leading this new innovation. While the park has removed the game from their website, earlier this week it ordered the following description. They gave the description of Bullseye Blaster. To get the highest score possible, players need to hit as many of these targets as possible with your laser blaster during the 18-minute ride. It's just a laser light. There's a Florida senator, Democrat obviously, from Orlando, who said, "This is in poor taste." Others on social media kind of scoffed at the park for pausing the game. The park announced the Bullseye Blast in a news release. The wheel at Icon Park is the only observation wheel in the world to provide this amazing new infrared technology and effectively gamify and reinvigorate the experience to an entirely new audience of gamers. So the blasters have a scope, and there's an infrared beam that you're aiming at targets on the roofs throughout the park. So, yeah, you can't kowtow to these anti-gunners. Like I said, there are those that are literally offended by a squirt gun. For what it's worth. Speaking of Orlando, hello, Philip. What's going on?
Not much. I'll be going by that big wheel here in a little bit. I'm almost there. I'm getting close to Universal right now. But hey, Steve, we still got a shooting gallery at the Magic Kingdom. You know that?
Do you?
Yeah, we sure do. You go over there to Frontierland. They got the shooting gallery. They got same kind of thing like you talking about. It's got a beam that goes to like a laser.
Mm-hmm.
It just shoots into It got it set up, looks like a little town, and little targets pop up in this town, and you hit it. We still got it at the Magic Kingdom, there in Frontierland. It's been there. That's been there for 40 years.
Yeah, like I said, when I was a kid, that was one of my favorite things to do, you know, go to the little shooting gallery.
Yeah. Well, this one here, it's looked like, back in the day, you paid a quarter to go in there and hit it. They've changed it over the years. Now I think they're still, you go in and you pay a certain for these coins and go in and shoot. And the targets pop up and you hit them. I've been on that Ferris wheel, and, you know, and I understand their point about trying to get people to, you know, do more stuff so they can make more of the interaction with the ride better. I mean, it's a very slow ride. It doesn't move that fast. When you step on it, it's actually moving. You got to keep. They don't stop the ride unless they're going to put somebody, like you say, in a wheelchair or something on. But if you're just a walk-on, you got to walk on. That thing's still moving while you get up on it. It's moving like just at a snail's pace. And you're right. It's right behind where that young man fell off the ride. He fell off. It's right behind that ride. There's two of those rides. There's one with the swings on one side, and then the ride that young man fell off of. And they modified that ride, and that boy was too big to be on there. He shouldn't have been on that ride. They shouldn't have let him on it. But Steve, yeah, what do you think about Pelosi going over there to Taiwan?
It sounds like China said they're going to be pissed.
I'll say send her over. Let her go.
Okay.
She wants to go, let her go.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
Is she going to stay?
I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully she can figure out what's going on with them chips. Get them to make some more of them chips over there. Speaking of cyber control and all that, I heard you talking about the hacking. And by the way, I listened to a program on that TNC radio. That's been it might have been about a month ago. I heard it right after one of your shows. And they were talking about cybersecurity and all that stuff. But think about this. Now, everybody in the industry is mandated to have an ELD, right, if they have a new truck, right, Steve?
Right.
Okay, so your ELD is hooked in to the computer on your truck, right?
Yeah, in some cases, I mean, there's ELDs that are available from, I guess you got your smartphone, like an app, but I think it all has to be connected to the ECM or whatever.
Absolutely. It's got to be hooked up to the computer somehow or another. And I want to thank D-Ranger for telling me. Me and D-Ranger, we had a talk about that ECM thing and old trucks and whatnot. But that's a different story at a different time. But anyway, that ELD is hooked up to that ECM. Okay, so on the TNC show, all they said that is they needed a connection to the ECM on your truck to control your ECM.
Mm-hmm.
So theoretically, any truck that has an ELD, if it's hooked to an ECM and a hacker can go in and hack that ELD, they can get control of your truck, your fuel pump.
Correct.
Basically. And that's no different than taking control of a train out on that's an automated train, or take control of an airplane that's flying around in the sky and it's automated. It's hooked up to a computer. They can hack into that. They can hack into our water systems. They can hack into our red lights. They can change the red lights, the way the traffic flows. They can change our power grid. I mean, anything that's hooked into a computer, and that ELD is right there. Now, if we go autonomous, that might be a problem down the road. What do you think, Steve?
Distinct possibility. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And that show was an interesting show on TNC. They were talking about that a little bit. Now, I came up with the ELD myself, but just thinking about that ELD and how much goes through that ELD.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in a truck and you got ELD, they know your GPS, they know your positioning. If somebody stole your truck, theoretically, if law enforcement wanted to, they could take control of your truck and shut it down with an ELD in it if somebody stole it. There's a lot of variables by it, and I don't think a lot of people are looking at that. The one thing that I questioned about the ELD, and I just heard this recently, if you've got a truck that's 2000 or older, do you have to run an ELD, Steve?
I think everybody's got to have an ELD.
Well, I know there's a lot of fleets out there that are running older trucks, and they're running the older trucks that have the older motors that don't have the ECMs in them. And theoretically, I don't know. I mean, you have to I've looked at the rules on the ELD, and it said that if you've got a truck that's older than 2000, you don't have to run it. Now, I don't know if I'd want to run or take that chance or not. I mean, you got a logbook, they can't say nothing to you as long as you're logging and you got an older truck. But I was wondering about that. That's something that maybe y'all want to look into, Steve.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are driving the older trucks to get away from all the emissions crap. That's the only thing I'm familiar with, is you don't have the regen systems and all that, don't have to run the DEF fluid. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But everybody had to have an ELD, right? All right, 25 past the hour. It is 844-3388. Got a chuckle out of the fact that, according to the Google Maps, remember when Biden fell off his bike here a few weeks ago? The place where the president fell off his bicycle in Delaware has now been listed as a historical landmark called Brandon Falls. According to the Washington Examiner, Brandon Falls, Delaware. Let's go, Brandon. Numerous internet users posting reviews, kind of laughing at the president. Very nice place to ride a bike, says one. Just be careful not to cause too much inflation in your tires, or you might end up crashing your bike to the ground. But if that happens, just blame Putin, People will fall for it. Other reviews criticizing Biden's faceplant into the concrete while riding his bike is the perfect analogy for the U.S. economy that's been steering into the ground. Brandon Falls. Apparently, anyone, I guess, can go onto Google Maps to create a public landmark, which somebody out there established and named that location, Brandon Falls, Delaware. Gotta love it. It's 844-844-3388. And we'll get to John coming up here, I believe it is. Maybe it's Jolly Green. All right. First we'll get to, hey, Mike, as we're all on the same page here, following our news break. And what else in the mix here? In the world of NASCAR, might there be a change coming on? While Toyota and Joe Gibbs Racing remain committed to sign Kyle Busch to a contract extension, they do say they're making contingency plans. Who would ever imagine Kyle Busch apparently can't find a sponsor? The president of Toyota Racing Development said the manufacturer and Joe Gibbs Racing are trying to find a path to keep the two-time Cup champion with the team. Now, if there's not sponsorship there, maybe we can create a bridge somewhere. But if not, Busch could be headed somewhere else. Yeah, that seemed like an impossibility earlier this year, but apparently Kyle told reporters last weekend at New Hampshire Motor Speedway that he has indeed talked with other teams. So Toyota says we do have contingency plans. Now, ask if he's confident of a deal getting done, or are you maybe going to have to say goodbye to Busch at the end of the season? Wilson said, I wish I could handicap it for you, but I just can't. We're in a bad place right now, and we've got some tremendously heavy lifting in front of us. Now, the issue for Joe Gibbs Racing is that they've not been able to secure a sponsorship for Busch next year. Until that's done, they're probably not going to sign him to a new deal. They've been searching for a sponsor since Mars, the candy company, announced last year that this would be their final season with the team, and actually their final season in the sport of NASCAR. No more M&M Mars car. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Right before the House passed the Respect for Marriage Act, which would protect marriage equality by repealing the Defense of Marriage Act and providing federal protections for same-sex and interracial couples, 17 members of Congress were arrested by Capitol Police. They were protesting outside the Supreme Court building during an abortion rights protest. That was sound from the video from the scene showing Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez being led away by police. Capitol Police warned demonstrators that they would take action and then tweeted they arrested 34 people in total, including 16 members of Congress. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Patriot Software has saved our business by allowing me to focus on other aspects of the business rather than spending so much time on multiple platforms to do the things entailed on running a business. I found Patriot by complete accident, and I don't regret it. It is continuing to save our company, and I'm extremely excited to see what else it entails.
Easy to learn, easy to use, small business software tailored just for you.
Visit us at patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
With patriotsoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Way back at it here on a, what day is it? What day is it? Let's find out. They say horse feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Or should we be starting out, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Yeah, we've been patiently waiting. Yeah, finally, hump day. Here it is.
Okay. Well, there we go. Now we got that out of the way for everybody. So anyways, hey, to update or clarify your ELD thing there, the ELD is engine model year 2001 and newer has to have an ELD on it. The ELD does not have to be on an engine 2000 or older, and it's the engine model, not the vehicle model. And that was the whole reason for all the glider kits being built, was because people were getting, 2020, 2019, 2021 trucks with no engines in them. And then they were getting a 98, 99, 2000 engine and putting in it. And then they weren't required to have an ELD because the engine didn't require it.
I'll be darned. Okay.
So anyway, that was the whole problem with Fitzgerald and all that they all got in trouble and everything for their building of the glider kits, and there was a whole bunch of other things. But anyways, in the nutshell, that's what it is. It's engine year 2001 and newer has to have an ELD, and 2000 and before does not have to have an ELD.
They're still paper logging on the older engines.
Still get to use your paper log book. Do the old pen and paper graph and write down where you've been, and don't make a spelling error.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, now Chevy guy seems to be stuck on this perpetual motion thing, and I thought Big Moose explained to it last night that perpetual motion does not exist. No such thing as perpetual motion. We haven't figured it out yet.
They've worked on it forever and a day. They've been those that have felt like they came close, but nope.
When you go to your psychiatrist's office and they got that thing there that's got that whole string of balls there in a row, and you pull the one on the end and it goes clip clop, and it moves the one from the ones. At some point, it will stop. It doesn't. You can't. That's as close to perpetual motion as you can get. But at some point, that will stop. And so, anyways, but what he's trying to describe, and especially when it comes to the trains, is regenerative power. And what that is like regenerative braking. So when you're using your drive wheels to slow down, you're actually putting electricity back into your batteries. So, but you'll never gain the amount of electricity back that it took you to get up to whatever speed you were at and maintain a speed. You'll never regain that by going downhill and slowing down. But you can recoup some of it, and you can use some of that generation power, because as Big Moose was saying, it takes a lot to turn a generator. So what that does is it actually causes a force in the wheels to try to keep rotating when you're going downhill. So it's kind of essentially just kind of like using a Jake brake with an electric vehicle. But anyways, so I think that's what he was kind of talking about. And to play your devil's advocate here, what happens when you got the teacher in the school that's got this specific vest they're supposed to wear, whether it's pink or yellow or green or hot pink with yellow polka dots or whatever, and the person
the shooter has a vest,
knows what vest to wear, or it actually takes that vest, and in the same sense, where Chevy guy was saying maybe there could be a specific gun that's a specific color. What happens when the shooter sticks the gun to the teacher's head and says, well, give me that gun because I want that one? So there's going to be ways that, there's going to be issues. Is there any perfect solution? Probably not. But I don't know. I've thrown my thing out there where I say we should see if we can get volunteers from, either police or retired military that, hey, want to go down and hang out at the schools and just sign up be there for 2 hours or 4 hours, whether it's morning, afternoon, and you have maybe an all volunteer service. I mean, it seemed to work for the fire department for a lot of years to have a volunteer service. So, yeah, maybe a volunteer service to go hang out at the schools and, be there with your comrades and that, and, you hang out and do your thing. But anyway, so that was kind of what I had to throw out there for you this morning there. And I don't know. Other than that, weather's kind of clear. And I guess what call it? Oh, that nasty 3-letter word you like to throw around so much this time of year. Hot. What's up with all this hot, Your Honor? Can we back this out? When are we going to get done with this?
You're going to be cooking the next few days, the way it sounds, yeah. Heat wave in the Northeast. The line 844-844-3388.
Good morning. It is really great, Steve. I got a suggestion about the amusement park shooting game down there in Florida, and I can tell you how we can make it popular. We can have all our politicians sitting on those targets, and the special bonus, triple bonus, is our president and our vice president.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. And I guarantee you, we could definitely have an award-winning attraction. It's out of it out. Also, I got a suggestion on that GPS. My suggestion. I know Sex Maniac's got one. They always know where Sex Maniac is. My suggestion is don't buy one. You don't have to worry about it. I also want to let you know I have a solution to the California emission problem. Sex Maniac and I have been designing cars for quite some time. And our cars require foot power. There is no electric to charge up, no batteries to charge up. There is no gasoline engine. One of our cars is displayed in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, in a museum down there in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
And these cars are either 4-seaters or 2-seater convertible, and we are going to offer one of each to you and your wife. Now, these cars, like I said, are foot power. There is no problem. They are lifetime warranty.
Oh.
They're guaranteed to life for the end of time, and I guarantee you that is the solution to California problem. Now, we're only producing one car per day, so we've only for a limited time we're selling them for $5,000.
It's just
right now we've got 30 cars available. Go ahead.
This is the original Flintstone mobile, I presume?
No, it's called the Schleprock 1 and Schleprock 2.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah, we originally got our idea from the Flintstones. That is true. But the 4-seater is the Schleprock 1, and the 2-seater convertible is the Schleprock 2. Now, the name, Sex Maniac came up with the name. That is his idea. And both of us are in this. And I guarantee you, we believe this is going to revolutionize the automobile. It is definitely going to revolutionize. It's going to put the electric cars and the gasoline cars out of business. Now, the only thing we ask is when you buy one, you must be able to push the car off our lot. We will not provide the foot power. Now, we are working on a tractor trailer, but the only thing it requires, it takes 9 people to operate. That is 18 feet. So that's 18 feet, 9 people to operate. Now, we're designing these strictly for California, Since nobody else has a problem, California, we are going to design these strictly for California. So there is what we've got going on. So if anybody is interested in these ideas and cars and a tractor trailer, please get in touch with Sex Maniac, and he is our head salesperson. And we will definitely hook you up. Just remember that if you buy one, then you must be able to push it off the line. That's all I got to say tonight. That's all the bull I got for tonight.
I'm sure that'll be a hot
talk.
seller, Jolly Green. You're gonna get your pre-orders in, right? I saw that I believe Cincinnati, was it Cincinnati or Northern Kentucky police, that they shared the dash cam video of a vehicle that cut off a tanker truck. Tanker truck hit the vehicle, but the vehicle did not stop. The tanker, in turn, overturned right there at the Brent Spence Bridge on the ramp. And so they had, I guess this is back over the weekend, right? Both the north and the southbound lanes were shut down, I believe, for nearly 14 hours. The tanker truck was carrying about 8,000 or 8,500 gallons, and about 500 of that leaked onto the interstate. The driver was taken to the hospital with minor injuries. Bowman says a company came to pump out the fuel before the rain came down Sunday morning. But so they were in cleanup stage again for hours and hours to clean up the spill. The city of Covington says the Roebling Bridge was shut down to keep heavy tractor trailers off that bridge because of the low weight limits. So all kinds of traffic disruption. And I believe it was a Charger, a blue late model Charger, that they're looking for anybody with information. If you got a neighbor that has suddenly got some damage on the right-hand side and the front side of their Dodge Charger, they're asking for tips. It is 12 before the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, they described the mysterious explosion that rocked the Hoover Dam about 10 o'clock yesterday morning, Pacific time. Fiery plume caught on video by some tourists there. Officials say the fire was extinguished approximately 30 minutes after the explosion. There was a Twitter user first posted the video that began circulating this past day. They were touring the Hoover Dam and heard an explosion. Nearby Boulder City Fire Department confirmed shortly after that emergency responders were en route to an emergency call at Hoover Dam. The fire was actually extinguished before first responders arrived on the scene. I got an update from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation about 11:30 yesterday morning, saying that it was an A5 transformer at Hoover Dam that caught fire. And I guess they've got their own fire brigade there at the dam. Hoover Dam's fire brigade extinguished the blaze 30 minutes later. No injuries to visitors or employees, no risk to the power grid. That was the big concern. Power is still being generated from the powerhouse. Not clear yet what caused the explosion, but there you go. Hoover Dam built in the 1930s. To dam the Colorado River, thus creating Lake Mead, the largest reservoir in the nation. Of course, Lake Mead supplying water to millions in Nevada, Arizona, California, as well as Mexico. And Hoover Dam, home to the world's largest hydroelectric power plants, also supplying power to Nevada, Arizona, and California. There you go. Transformer issue. Good morning, Eagle. Take two.
Yeah, Steve. After I hung up the phone with you, because I've been working all day long, man, I overheard on the news break on your radio show. Man, you know how much I despise these certain Democrats. Can you this AOC loser, and especially Ilhan Omar? Hey, and listen, Steve, what is that what the American people pay? Do we pay these people to go out and protest? Is that why Ilhan Omar and AOC, is that what they get paid to do now, is to go out and protest? They already had a ruling. The Supreme Court already made the ruling a couple of weeks ago, Steve, saying that the abortion deal, and these people are still protesting. Well, why don't Ilhan Omar and AOC do something productive with their time, like go down to the southern border and find out what the hell's going on and how we can shut that down instead of protesting about abortion? Did you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah. You're right though. Essentially, being a paid protester by the taxpayers.
Yeah, I know that they're not being paid to go out and protest and block traffic like an average everyday citizen. These people are out there blocking traffic with this bogus protest that they got going on with AOC and Ilhan Omar and some other 15 other Democrats, I understand. This is totally ridiculous, Steve. We have too many problems in America right now for these people to still be focusing on this issue right here and stopping traffic and doing the things that they're doing. It's just ridiculous. These people have the wrong agenda, and like I said, people need to vote them out. In Minnesota, I told you that years ago about Ileana. She shouldn't even be in. Whoever voted for her would be ashamed of themselves in Minnesota to put this lady up there in Washington. The same thing with AOC. They need to vote both of them out and get them out, get them the hell out of Washington, D.C., because they're not doing nothing but causing problems the whole time they've been there. And I'm just fed up with these kind of people, Steve, these Democrats like these people that continue to focus on the wrong thing. These are the same people that are focusing on the guns and other things when we got some serious problems in America, and they're not even addressing these things, Steve. It's really a sad situation that we got going on right now in Washington, D.C., you know, with Kamala. Like I said, they've already determined that she's not even in consideration at this point, Steve. And you see Joe Biden. I told you, over there in Israel, he embarrassed the USA once again when you seen the video where he turned and shook the invisible man's hand once again. This guy here is so far gone, Steve. It's ridiculous. I don't know what kind of medications they're putting Joe Biden on to get him up on the podium every day and to get him out there in public. But this guy here is one step away from a senior citizen home. It's just a complete embarrassment. And like I told you on the other day on Sunday night, Steve, what he did with Saudi Arabia is a complete embarrassment. For him to go over there and bow down to this Saudi Arabian guy and beg and plead this man for some oil when we got oil right here in America that he shut down, it's a slap in the face to every American. Every time you pull up to a gas pump in America and pay $5, $6, $7, $8 a gallon for fuel, it's like a slap in your face due to your man Joe Biden. Because there's no excuse for Joe Biden to be in Saudi Arabia making deals with these people. And besides that, like I told you last week, Steve, Joe Biden, we already know the bogus media is not going to ask him this question. Why in the hell is Joe Biden selling oil to the Chinese government, Steve, our oil reserve? Why is Joe Biden giving China our oil? Why don't somebody ask Joe Biden that question? Because that's a question that needs to be answered. I already know what the answer is, but somebody needs to ask Joe Biden why in the hell he's sending our oil over to China. And like I say, I'd like for you to talk about that after I hang up with you, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Thank you very much. Good to hear from you once again here about a minute before news break. You see, had another NASCAR update. I guess they're making some schedule changes for next year. And NASCAR moving a Cup Series race from rural Wisconsin to some of the busiest streets in the Midwest. Out of the schedule is Road America, the 4-mile course about an hour north of Milwaukee. New on the schedule will be Michigan Avenue, Columbus Drive, Lakeshore Drive, in the heart of Grant Park in Chicago. NASCAR and Chicago city officials announcing this past day a deal that'll bring a 2.2-mile, 12-turn course on the city streets of Chicago. A 3-year deal starting next year, 23, 24, and 25. While other racing series compete on street courses, the NASCAR Cup Series has not had a street course event ever in their 74-year history. So you can mark your calendar, July the 2nd of 2023. This will be the first ever NASCAR Cup Series race on a road course in Chicago. Well, okay, let's get our news break and plenty of room for you. Got a full hour yet to fill. Just ahead, it's 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Americans are expected to spend a record-tying $37 billion on back-to-school supplies this year. The National Retail Federation says that'll match last year's record high. The group's annual survey showing families with children in grades K through 12 plan to spend an average of $864 on school items. Multiple Democratic lawmakers are among those arrested at a pro-abortion rally outside the Capitol. Those taken into custody by police were Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, Veronica Escobar, Ayanna Pressley, Jackie Spear, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Capitol Police reporting a total of 16 lawmakers were arrested. The Henderson, Nevada Fire Department says a fire has been put out at the Hoover Dam in Nevada after an explosion happened this morning. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Dangerous temperatures are being felt from California to Massachusetts, with more than 120 million Americans under excessive heat warnings or advisories. The National Weather Service said that more than 60 new record highs will be set across 20 states by the end of the week. The Hoover Dam already experienced a major power scare when a transformer explosion sent smoke swelling as temperatures soared into triple digits. The dam supplies power to California, Nevada, and Arizona. As of Tuesday, 85 large fires were burning more than 3 million acres in 13 states, according to the National Interagency Fire Center. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order that codifies a 2020 law dealing with Americans held hostage or wrongfully detained abroad. The order will authorize the federal government to impose financial sanctions on those who are involved directly or indirectly in wrongfully detaining Americans abroad, the White House said. A senior Biden administration official stated that new sanctions will be announced later on this week. A Delaware court determined that the trial in a lawsuit brought by Twitter against Elon Musk should take place in October, granting an expedited timeline for the case. Twitter sued Musk, the chief executive of Tesla, in an attempt to force him to complete his purchase of the company after he declared in early July he was walking away from the deal.
Easy money for America's biggest banks with policies that made the COVID era a major windfall on Wall Street has come to a close. Interest rates have surged this year, rapidly changing the financial markets and slowing them down. Bank of America, Goldman, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley have all severely missed their second quarter earnings report over the past week. Financial experts are seeing tougher times ahead for big banks. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by
by science.
That's kind of what I thought. John said, what the hell are they thinking about taking a NASCAR race into the streets of Chicago? I don't know, I'm not going to be packing my bags. I'm not anxious to go get shot. Meanwhile, get our final hour underway here. Good to have you on board. It's 844-844-3388. In this whole January 6th committee hearing thing that goes on and on and on, what are we going to get out of this? What's the ultimate outcome going to be? When it's all said and done, we're going to get a report that nobody's going to believe. Well, I should say sensible people. Self-thinkers. Of course, many of the Democrats will take the bait, lock, stock, and barrel. Alan Dershowitz speaking out again this past day about the January 6th. He says, I've never seen anything like this. They do not want the public to hear the other side of the narrative. That's why they've not permitted any cross-examination. They've not permitted any confrontation. There is no due process. There's nothing that even resembles fairness. I don't remember any committee ever like this, and I've been watching committees for 65 years now. I've never seen anything like it, and I'm generally on their side. That is, I want to see the truth come out about January 6th. I didn't like what happened. I did not like the president's speech, although it is constitutionally protected. I did not like the riots, but I want to hear the truth. But the truth only comes out when both sides have presented. Recently on Face the Nation, Adam Kinzinger of Illinois, one of the two Republicans, quote, Republicans, one of the two rhinos on the committee, said he wasn't sure what the value of Trump's testimony would be regarding the unrest on that day. Because he pretty much says Trump lies all the time. I wouldn't put it past him to lie under oath, Kinzinger says. But again, when asked, what is this all going to end up being, Dershowitz says, the end of this is a report that nobody is going to believe. A report is only worth the credibility that it has. This one will be worthless. The September 11 Commission report was extremely valuable. They heard every aspect. They allowed cross-examination. They had people on it from every possible political perspective and no political perspectives. The perfect thing would have been to have a 911 type commission composed of scientists, educators, some members of Congress who would be only looking for the truth in a non-partisan advantage. See, we do not have that in Washington today, correct? Norman says for that Chicago race, are they going to have bulletproof racing suits on for the drivers? What do you say, Monkey Gouger?
Steve, I was going to bring that up a while ago, but I was running up close to the top of the hour, and I said I'll save that for later on in the loneliest hour. Now, did you see who all was up there? Lori Lightfoot, Bubba Wallace, and one of them other idiot NASCAR officials. I forgot his name, but anyway, that's the more that woke America for you. They got had a state-of-the-art speedway in Chicago, and it failed. We're talking about over there at Joliet. Remember when they had the Joliet racetrack?
Absolutely. Yeah, certainly. That was one of our typical 1.5 mile. Wasn't that one of those cookie cutter 1.5 mile tracks?
Yes, sir. Cooker Cut. Kevin Harvick owned that track back when he was driving a Chevrolet, and he got over to them Ford, and he ain't done so good. He went to them Ford teams, and it just went downhill for him. But, the people didn't even go to Joliet, so what makes them think they're going to go, to the streets of Chicago and watch a damn race? And I mean, especially with, you can't find nobody better than Bubba Wallace who done nothing in NASCAR. The only race he won, they give it to him. I mean, he's always running down. I think he run third this week just by luck of the draw. I reckon it was a short pitted or done something. But I mean, usually at the end of the race, he's running 24, fender tore off the car stuff. Right. Well, why not get somebody up there that go ahead.
Yeah, he's kind of like the Danica Patrick of racing. I mean, just always middle of the pack.
Oh boy, did you see them swimsuit, that bikini she was in down at the beach down there they were showing today?
No.
They had 4 or 5 pictures of Mr. Danica in a red bikini laying out on that beach, buddy, that was right provocative, I mean, there was just a little bit left for the imagination there. It was, they were real nice pictures. It was a day at the beach with Danica. She had 4 or 5 pictures on her. I reckon she's trolling for another man. She goes through men about like she changes her underwear. You know what I'm saying? I mean, here she is supposed to be deep in love with Ricky Stenhouse, and then with that thing we know, she's up in Green Bay dating Aaron Rodgers. What the hell, And I think Tony Stewart and a couple more of them had their way with her, so, that's that. But anyway, I tell you, Steve, I used to love NASCAR. I mean, you know how much I love NASCAR. And I've got you know what I do now? I follow the rodeo circuit. Me and Debbie, when I get back home, we're leaving and going out to Hobbs, New Mexico for the big rodeo out there in New Mexico, the Lee County Fair, and then we're leaving there and going to Dodge City to the rodeo, and then we're going to drop back into Dallas, Fort Worth, Stockyard, Washington. We'll go to a rodeo. I have just fed up with what NASCAR has turned into. And I mean, it's just sickening that they've done it to themselves. I mean, the stands ain't getting full no more. And I mean, I listen to it. So I probably turn it on, on Sunday afternoons, watch the last 15 laps after I taped it to see what goes on. Or, Sunday afternoon, there ain't no rodeo on. I'll listen to it a little bit. But I mean, I'm just disgruntled at this. I mean, it's like you say, are they going to have bulletproof suits on?
Right.
How about those crew members and stuff that's going to be out there in them streets and stuff? I mean, daggone, man. So anyway, I just want to jump back in there and put my input. But one other thing before I get out of here. Did you hear or see that Marjorie Taylor Greene rip into AOC this afternoon?
I did not, no.
Oh man, you got to look that up when you sitting out in the after hours, having your Scudweiser, some of the Skull Busters. She ripped AOC up one end and down the other. I mean, demolished her. And the other thing that gets me is this deal, executive order that Joe Biden just signed about, you can't hold our people. Well, if our dumbass people go over there and smuggle drugs into our country and get caught, don't you think they need to pay the price?
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm just You know, I'm just waiting to see what's going to happen here. You know, I'm going to put sanctions on them countries that hold our people. Well, if them dumbasses went over there and broke the law, everybody's got laws just like we got laws or used to have laws in this country.
Yeah.
You know, we don't have no laws now. They just let people walk in this country, don't know who's walking in here. And I guarantee you there's something behind this explosion up yonder in Hoover Dam. We ain't found out the whole story on it, but I guarantee you there's something behind this. I mean, it's just like they caught 6 down there last week that was on the terrorist list, thought they'd even be in the country, but they come on in.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Steve, I'll talk to you later, my man. I'll aggravate you tomorrow night.
Thank you, Monkey Gouger. Yeah, we're up to somewhere between 50 and 60 that have been apprehended, caught on the terror watch list along the southern border. Now, obviously, people on the terror watch list aren't the type of people that are crossing the border and just surrendering themselves, knowing that they're going to get released into the country, like most of them are. They're trying to get in undetected. And if they've caught 50 or 60, you can't help but wonder how many have indeed successfully got through. It only takes one. How many did it take on September 11 to kill thousands? Yeah. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Hey, you want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. We were talking just last week, as a matter of fact. Thursday, Friday morning. All the land, farmland being bought up. Yeah, not just Bill Gates, but the astronomical amount of farmland that China has purchased in this country. And yesterday, North Dakota Senator Kevin Kramer says he signed a letter for an investigation into farmland recently purchased by China-based Fufeng Group. This property, this land, is near an Air Force base. That wouldn't present any sort of national security concerns, would it? During the interview, Kramer explained why he and Senators Marco Rubio and John Hoeven are seeking a national security review of land bought by the foreign food manufacturer. This particular investment, he says, the Fufeng investment, is 370 acres that's going to become a corn milling plant within 12 miles of the Grand Forks Air Force Base, which is a very important ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance base. He also said that the Grand Forks base serves as a site for flying the Northrop Grumman RQ-4 Global Hawk fighter jets and will continue to undertake important ISR missions. We just cut the ribbon a couple of weeks ago on a space development agency, a ground control system for satellites. So needless to say, there's a lot of sensitive data that could easily be interfered with or stolen here. Now, Kramer and his colleagues sent letters last week to the Treasury Secretary, the Defense Secretary, citing concerns from local officials looking for input from federal authorities about any national security implications that this purchase might bring. China's investments in the United States demand scrutiny, they say. We therefore urge you, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, to determine whether this project may have national security implications. Please inform us when such a review is completed. Yeah, let's just sell them land right there. Hell, let's let them abut the base. Come on, next door neighbors. Is this Jimmy Big Rigger?
Yeah, little Jimmy Big Rigger here, Steve. How you doing?
What's happening? Happy Wednesday. Hump day, hump day.
Yeah, happy Wednesday to you too, there, Steve. And I would say to all the cartoon characters out there, but I think that's trademarked by Jolly Green and all that. But just thank you for taking the call, and I enjoy the program. Listen most every night out here, and I'm not trying to be a frequent caller. Sunday night and Monday morning. That seems to be the slowest night.
That's a quiet night. Absolutely, yes.
But yeah, here a few months back when Big Moose had the party line, after show line, I was contemplating getting on that, but then about the time I was about ready to pull the trigger and call in, the thing was, disbanded and done away with. But I'd like to talk about a phenomenon in space called black holes. Vic could probably expand on that better than I can. He's pretty smart in a lot of these areas. He's like a Encyclopedia Britannica, but I know it's a space phenomenon where anything out there, gets close to it, it's just sucked into it and never seen again. But I have located one much closer. Matter of fact, in our United States of America, Cincinnati, Ohio, as a matter of fact, on the, I think it's the Steve Sommers overnight drive desk. I called in about 3 weeks ago talking to Chris, and I gave you a number, said, pass it along to Heatwave. And about a week ago, I got a text from him and said, Steve was cleaning out his desk and found a little scrap with your phone number wrote up. So he texted me, and I'm getting a bunch of new friends. He's been sharing some contact information, so we'll be on there after hour, after the show, picking apart the program or talking physics with a Chevy guy. He's trying to figure out a way to
perpetual motion
recharge itself. Yeah. And Lou says can't be done, but I'll try to be a more frequent caller. I don't have as much to offer some of these guys, but really do like the show, and I'm hooked on the product. And glad you're back on the the air, you know. And sorry about the death in your family. I'm glad you had a trip down there and safely and back from Tullahoma and Nashville. But we're up here on the Ohio Turnpike hauling trailer load of upper level management to the Yellow Brains. Well, it's an empty trailer, matter of fact, sailboat fuel going to South Bend. But this thought I'd call in there and talk about those black holes, you know, and glad that Heat Wave got hold of me. I'll try to get to be some friends with those guys.
There you go. Yeah, it was actually, I think it was Friday morning. I was cleaning things up in here, getting ready to hit the road.
Yeah.
And I came across it. Oh man, because I had written that down on a little piece of paper over here, and it was buried in the stack, and I forgot all about it.
Yeah. Well, we call that the black holes, but all right. Thanks for taking the call, and we'll try to call maybe Sunday night, Monday morning. If we're
all right.
But take it easy.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being with us. There you go. It's all one big happy family, right? Speaking of black holes, there was actually a news item this past day that scientists have spotted an example of a black hole that should be extremely common but quite difficult to find. The challenge of discovering what astronomers call dormant black holes comes from the fact that these objects are not actively feeding on matter like gas, dust, or stellar material stripped from a companion star. With no feeding, these black holes don't blast out X-rays. That's what they typically use to spot black holes. This new discovery could have ramifications for understanding how stars collapse at the end of their lives. According to the researchers, we've identified a needle in a haystack. According to an astrophysicist at the University of Amsterdam in the Netherlands, they've discovered a stellar mass black hole that contains about 9 times the mass of the sun, located in the Tarantula Nebula, a star-forming region of a galaxy neighboring ours. The black hole orbits a huge blue star with a mass equivalent to 25 of our suns. Wow. Now, realizing how large our sun is, imagining a blue star 25 times that size. Despite the fact that billions of dormant black holes are expected to exist in almost every galaxy, this is the first unambiguous detection of a dormant stellar mass black hole outside the Milky Way. They typically form when massive stars run out of fuel needed to continue nuclear fusion. The end of fusion also ends the outward pressure that supports the star against competing gravitational collapse. So the so-called core collapse that follows is normally accompanied by a massive cosmic explosion, a supernova, as they call them, that blows away the star's outer layers. Let's get a news break in here, and back to your calls just ahead on a Wednesday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order that codifies a 2020 law dealing with Americans held hostage or wrongfully detained abroad. The order will authorize the federal government to impose financial sanctions on those who are involved directly or indirectly in wrongfully detaining Americans abroad, the White House said. A senior Biden administration official stated that new sanctions will be announced later on this week. The Secret Service notified the House January 6 committee that it had found no new text messages related to the Capitol riot, the same day the National Archives and Records Administration sent a letter requesting the agency investigate the deletion of some of its records from January 6, 2021. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org and 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to ace.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Monkey Gouger mentioned AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, I see Marjorie ripping into AOC for pretending to be handcuffed as she was arrested during that pro-abortion rights protest outside the Supreme Court yesterday. Yeah, she was one of the 17, as we've been hearing in the news through the night. Capitol Police said the arrest, which included 35 protesters in total, were charges of crowding, obstructing, or incommoding. But the video shared on the official Twitter account of AOC shows her with her hands behind her back being led away by police. It soon becomes clear she's not wearing handcuffs when she raises one fist in the air in solidarity with the other protesters at the end of the video. Now, Newsweek says we are not clear if Capitol Police asked her to place her hands behind her back. Of course, these two are no strangers to going at it, mano a mano. Yeah, often at odds with AOC, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Quickly responded to the footage in a series of outraged tweets, and then quickly organized a 24-minute Facebook live stream video about the incident. She said, AOC just faked being handcuffed to sell her lie. Democrats are failing so badly, they're now resorting to flat-out lying to their voters to try and get them to vote. It's pathetic. She went on to tweet a forward-facing image of AOC holding her hands behind her back, marked media, alongside a close-up of her handcuffed hands, taken from the back, marked reality. In other words, the media portraying this as she was handcuffed. AOC, you faked being handcuffed to keep lying to women. Abortion is legal up till birth in New York, but your voters can't afford groceries and crime is out of control. Desperate is not a good look on you. Go back to your Insta makeup tutorials. You're actually good at those. And, of course, she went on to accuse one of AOC's fellow squad members, none other than Ilhan Omar, of also faking being handcuffed. You faked being handcuffed for your photo op today, as Capitol Police warned you 3 times to get out of the street. Then you were arrested so you would stop playing in traffic. Abortion is legal up to 24 weeks in Minnesota. You're protesting nothing. You're a liar. Yeah. Marjorie tells it like it is. That's fact. Pretending to be arrested. Faking being handcuffed. Yeah. In the video, she said, this is evidence that Democrats are liars. While the president has dementia, the vice president unable to make a coherent sentence. You see, the problem with the Democrats are they're nothing but a bunch of liars. Not only are their policies horrible, their policies are failing. Their president has dementia. And yes, their vice president cannot make a coherent sentence. They're ruining everyone's lives. I guess lastly, she tried to make it sound like this is all a distraction effort, trying to distract the media coverage from the high inflation and the other economic issues that are really impacting people. Pay no attention, right? Hey, let's see what's going on with Vic this morning. Hey there, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Is AOC or Ilhan Omar, or either one of those on the January 6th commission, or do you know?
I don't believe either of them are. I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Well, last week anyway, the one fella, Sundance, he mentioned about December 18th. Well, I happened to, more by serendipity than anything, find out that what they were talking about is President Trump and his brain trust of, the one, what was Sidney Powell, that was the attorney, and Juliana and some others had a meeting with Trump, and after the meeting, Trump tweeted out to be in Washington, D.C. for the January 6th rally because it's going to be wild. And that was one of the justifications that they had, that they believed Trump was, putting out some sort of what they call that, cattle call. They don't call it that, but anyway, some sort of dog whistle there for people to come and riot at the Capitol. And that's how tenuous or how far-fetched that they're going to try to claim that Trump, by saying wild, meant to come and riot. And anybody that's followed Trump's speeches throughout the years, his syntax or construction, use of words, is rather scatterbrained, for lack of a better term, because he comes up with phrases and words that aren't in the dictionary. But anyway, when you were mentioning about AOC and that Ilhan Omar protesting abortions and everything, and then trying to fake a scene, that's what made me think about that. It's like, where do these people come up with some of the ideas they come up with and try to project that to their voters and get them thinking in the way that they want them to think. And that's primarily what all this abortion debate, gun debate, if you notice, they're all based on a central theme that you can't trust the conservatives, and definitely not Donald Trump, to get you out of this mess. You need to pay attention to us, and we're going to miraculously end all this, and we're going to end the climate change and end the heat waves and the floods and the droughts and everything else, which they can't. But if they can convince someone they can, that's the main thing. And that really what I called about was the climate change and the sustainability thing, because all around the world they're having a lot of crop failures, and China's having a lot of flooding, and I guess they're having many forest fires over in Europe. But I'm looking at all this stuff, and lo and behold, Sri Lanka is going to have to import rice for the first time ever, and they usually export rice. Well, as it turns out, that prime minister or whatever, their leader over there that they just chased out of office, he put out a fertilizer ban back before they planted the rice crops. And that's why they're having a failure for their rice production and not going to be able to export, but have to import. And it's causing a lot of economic woes within Sri Lanka. And I'm guessing that on his fertilizer ban, for some reason, he wanted to go to sustainable agriculture, which is about next to sustainable agriculture is possible, but it isn't possible in countries like Sri Lanka, which has very poor soils, because the first thing you have to do is get the soil built up to where you don't need that much added nutrients. And you have to have the whole organic cycle, our carbon cycle, and they're trying to do away with that. And that just made me wonder how far these people are going to go on these pipe dreams. And you were just mentioning the black holes and all that. I just forwarded you email or a thing from the Department of Energy. I don't know if you've ever heard of something called a tokamak, but that basically is trying to simulate the fusion energy in electromagnetic generators, I guess, for a shorthand. And I think some people believe that they could eventually replace all the conventional power plants using coal and oil and wind and solar, but they still have a lot of research to do. So I don't know what the energy input would be and what the output would be. And whenever Chevy guy was talking about the perpetual motion thing, that I don't know if he ever looked at the tokamak or anything, but it's kind of like, you remember several years ago they had this big generator where they were going to split the atom, and it's a bit cyclotron. That's what I was trying to think of. You remember those? They were going to have one over in Europe, and they were going to accelerate atoms to a high speed and split them, and people wasn't exactly sure what was going to happen. Well, it's basically based on that, and so it's going to be a long while before they can ever get them to where they could put them in a vehicle. But the Department of Energy is working on those tokamaks. So, you know, the thing of it is, I'm not exactly sure where the Democrats are going with all this, because they don't. I don't know what their end goal is. I guess the best way to put it, Steve. I don't know if they're trying to get a supposedly utopian society where they are in power, and their brains, like people of AOC and Elio and Omar, know better than the average person, and they're going to direct everything. I mean, I'm a little frustrated with Republicans. At least Marjorie Taylor Greene has called them out. But the big thing is, you know, just exactly why do they want to do all these self-destructive things? That's just like with the abortion thing. You know, in Ilhan Omar's world, they believe in, I think it's shame killings or something or whatever. Remember when the Muslims first come over here, if one of them got outside of their religion or something of that nature, we had a few of those shame killings over here because their parents didn't believe they should be associating with other individuals, you know, as far as the women going with certain men or whatever. So within some of their worlds, life is pretty cheap. And when you consider life is cheap, then that's whenever you get this, you know, the belief in partial birth abortions. And as Sarah Palin said, the death panels, you know, and, you know, Barack Obama said, well, if it's too expensive to save your life, just take a pill and we'll make you comfortable until you die. And, you know, that's their thinking. And,
I think it's all, I mean, their ultimate goal, it's the Great Reset, Vic, the Great Reset, where, yes, the whole utopian paradise, the utopian world where, yes, they will be in charge. Hello to Steve. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. After a much-needed vacation, it's time to head back to town and climb back in the trash truck. Trying to get back on schedule. The first day's a bit hard, but with enough coffee, we'll get there. It's good to be back. Good to hear everybody. Everybody have a great day, and we'll catch up again soon. All right, Steve there in Columbus. There's Truck and Phil on board. Morning, Steve and the Hotshot Secret Nation. Here we are, another day. Coffee up, happy Wednesday, a mild 72 degrees with 90% humidity in Fort Wayne. Ready to depart for Sterling Heights and flip back to Fort Wayne. All right, there's Truck and Phil. Have a great day. And we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, quick update on the protest at the ports there out west. Last week it was Los Angeles, Long Beach. This week, Port of Oakland. And they started protesting on Monday with about 100 protesters. The port tried to kind of downplay that, things weren't really, disrupted on Monday. Well, it definitely changed on Tuesday. Pretty much everything came to a standstill at the port. Now, about 100 members of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union Local 10 refused to cross the protest line as owner-operators blocked the gates of the SSA terminal, which is the largest operator at the Port of Oakland. Nearly 1,000 owner-operators who showed up early Tuesday also blocked access to the Traypac and Everport terminals, basically shutting down most of the container movement at the port. FreightWaves interviewed some of the longshoremen refusing to work Tuesday, stating that they stand with the truckers. We're working without a contract right now, so we support the owner-operators. We see what they're trying to do. Another longshoreman said he's not sure whether the dock workers will even work today, Wednesday, as the protesters say they plan to continue their fight against AB 5. Yeah, we stand for it. Now, after a slow start early Monday, the protest has grown to nearly 1,000 owner-operators as more and more become aware of the potential impacts of AB 5 on their trucking business. One driver who's worked in the logistics industry for more than 26 years, with the last 6 years as a drayage driver serving the Port of Oakland. He started messaging port drivers Monday about the importance of protesting AB 5. The group has grown over 900 members. Many of them turned out showing their support yesterday. Many of us thought we would be exempt from AB 5. And now they're realizing the impact. Oakland protesters who own their own rigs and currently choose which loads they want to take. They do not want to work as a company driver, which many of them would be forced to do under AB 5. There you go. Some owner-operators said they initially planned to protest Monday, then go back to trucking. However, they decided to demonstrate for another 2 days after the port downplayed the impact on Monday. You said, okay, yeah, we're not, our message is not getting out. We'll show you. Now, Monday, they did indeed shut down all the terminals, and the evening shifts were canceled. Why the port spokesperson tried to downplay things, I don't really understand. There was a separate story where they were interviewing some of the other protesters. They were angered. You're saying, the protesters ramped things up on Tuesday. Why are they trying to downplay the impacts? For a government agency to do that, it's pathetic. State the facts. Don't spin it. You're not a public relations machine. Port officials, he contended, all too often act as if they only consider the terminal operators and the steamship lines as their customers. They forget about the truckers. Well, we're here. We are certainly a partner. Now, events on Monday were in fact shut down. 3 principal terminals, with the exception of maybe just a few trucks every hour being allowed through. Most of those were over-the-road haulers carrying refrigerated perishables. Many of the truck drivers around the region sat things out this past day as well, slowing port activity dramatically. Now, many of those truck drivers stayed home when the port put out the message that there were just a few protesters, but the cargo was still flowing. Well, today, we are showing the cargo is not going to flow. So today will actually be day number 3. I'd venture to say things are getting pretty packed and stacked at the Port of Oakland, right? All righty, I look at the clock there. Scarecrow, I'm pretty much out of time here, so my apologies. I know you'd been there for about 30 minutes. Sorry about that.
That's cool, Steve. I'll come back in tomorrow night. I do want to get the one thing across the airwaves here, though.
Yes.
Assuming that Monkey Gouger is still hanging on there. I got to checking out that video of his yesterday, that fancy apparatus, multi-purpose grab-on tool that he's got there. I can see him maybe being a wood chainsaw carver in his retirement years.
There you go.
But we got an issue. Well, along with that, he's going to be able to start fishing like the rest of us with a regular rod and reel. Now he's talking about always slaughtering those fish out there and how those fish are jumping in the boat all the time. I think that guy's been fishing with dynamite. What do you think?
I think he's actually admitted to that on a time or two, believe it or not. Yeah, that's cheating, right? Dynamite fishing. All right, thank you, Scarecrow. We'll look forward to hearing from you tomorrow evening. Come on back, everybody out there, come on back at the midnight hour, and we'll do it over again. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.